You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Okay, we're up. Go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Pam Ferroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
Republic
republic which
which
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty,
with
justice
justice
for all.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and all who are within the sound of my voice. May God bless us today as we pray. Almighty God, it is a privilege to acknowledge you on this, another beautiful day. This morning, we are aware of the pain, the turmoil, and anger in our country. Lord, we pray that you will heal our land. Pour out the oil of your spirit. We pray you will encompass suffering and hurting people with your precious presence, and that you will expose the agendas of those who seek to use these times to further ungodly agendas. May we be reminded that God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble. We take refuge in you, for we are safe in you. We seek strength to endure, strength to do what is right, even when it is not the popular, accepted thing. Strength to be leaders, to bring hope and stability in the midst of turmoil and uncertainty. Strength to bring comfort and compassion to those around us who are hurting, both from the devastating effects of COVID-19 and from the heartache and chaos in our streets. I pray for your blessing over this meeting today, and specifically over our county judge, our commissioners, our county administrator, and every department leader and their staff, and all whose responsibility it is to lead our beloved El Paso County. May all discussion be done with honor, respect, and wisdom as they make decisions for the greater good. May every decision be in the best interest of the citizens of El Paso. Let transparency be their hallmark. As we think of our future, may the best days be ahead for El Paso County. We declare with the prophet Jeremiah, for I know the plans I have for you, people of El Paso County, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans for hope and a future. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni, and absolutely right that, we are still a very grieving community, having to deal with not only August 3rd as it approaches us, and for our first anniversary, still very, it's a heavy heart situation, and also, of course, dealing with the COVID-19 has not been easy. But so I welcome you on behalf of the commissioners and myself. We welcome you to Commissioners Court. And we thank you for staying tuned and keeping up with all the information, the dynamics of everything that's taking place. And then I'll reserve some of my comments for when we get to the COVID-19 topic, so that I can comment on what's been taking place on my side and the order and some of the things that we need to be doing going forward. But first of all, on a very good note, I'd like we're going to have a special recognition today. Someone that I know that we all care and love a lot, and the professionalism. But I'll leave all the other all the things that are going to be said about this special individual. So, Joanne, would you mind initiating our recognition?
Yes, Judge. Let me try to hold on. Okay, good morning, Judge. I'm having a little trouble with my camera. Okay. There we go. Thank you. The judge asked me to say a few words this morning. So I'll very briefly tell you that I know that the COVID-19 pandemic has been very difficult on many departments throughout the county. And I want to say just a couple of words about the legal department and all of the great work that I think the lawyers at the county attorney's office have been doing. But there is one team that has been doing the majority of the legal work regarding COVID-19. And the leader of that team is Christina Sanchez. And so I am very pleased to announce that Christina has been selected as the Government Attorney of the Year by the El Paso Bar Association. This is a really great honor, and it is so deserved by Christina. She has worked very closely, not just to do the best legal work that she can do, but also to ensure that everything she does with regard to the COVID-19 legal work is done in the best interest of every citizen in El Paso. And she has worked hard to support the county judge, Ms. Keller, and all of the department heads working tirelessly. And it is an honor that is so well deserved, and I'm very pleased and proud at the request of Judge Samaniego to make that announcement today. Judge?
Thank you, Joanne. I know how proud you are of her, and I want to thank you for that. And Christina, I know how special you are to the commissioners and to myself, and that's quite a recognition, a very deserving recognition. So congratulations. We wish you the best on that recognition, and it's very well deserved. Thank you.
Can we give her an applause, everybody?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
We're trying to figure out a venue for this recognition, and I know I didn't want you to think that we had forgotten, so I was biting my tongue every time I spoke to you. I wanted to recognize and congratulate you. So this was about as best as we can. We were going to cater from L&J, but it never got there. I don't know if it got to everybody's office or not.
No, Judge,
So
thank you very much.
Few words.
Just very quickly, I just want to thank you, of course, the amazing clients that I am so lucky to work with on a daily basis, the Commissioner's Court, each and every one of you, Ms. Keller, her wonderful team, but most especially, I'd really like to say this is not just about one person. It is really and truly a reflection of the great work that Joanne Bernal and her team with the County Attorney's Office does. You see it every day. We are behind the scenes working on briefs on a weekend regarding mail-in voting. We are there when we're talking about helping the most vulnerable in our community, from our family violence unit, our gun surrender program that has been put together. It is really and truly that amazing work that they all do. And so it's very much a collective recognition for those efforts. And of course, I couldn't do it without the amazing team in the General Counsel unit, who really truly has the public's interest in mind and are the truest of true public servants that not only come to work to do the hard work that they do, but also practice that outside their work when they're serving on these boards and serving on these commissions and serving in any way they can to move this community forward. And so I just wanted to say that and thank you. I'm very, very humbled. Again, it's a recognition for everyone and everybody in that office. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
Judge, we had Bishop Mark Seitz queued up for the invocation. We were not able to get him earlier. Would you like to have the bishop do his invocation?
Absolutely. We can use every invocation that comes our way. So thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Bishop Seitz, are you available?
Placing the call, Judge. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Bishop. This is the Commissioner's Court. If you want to deliver the invocation, you can go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Bishop.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's good to be with you and to have this opportunity to pray with you. Let us pray. Lord God, we bless you for this new day, this new opportunity to serve you here in El Paso County. As this Commissioner's Court gathers today, Lord, we face challenges that in many ways overwhelm us. Clearly, we cannot know the proper course or find the strength to do what is right without your guidance and assistance. We pray, Lord, that as we struggle with what has been called the original sin of our nation, racial discrimination, you may show us how to address the unconscious and structural ways we have allowed groups of your children to be denied opportunities and the dignity with which you created them due to the color of their skin or for any other reason. We pray for George Floyd, Tatiana Jefferson, Ahmaud Arbery, and all those who have recently been killed by police officers or others. We pray for our law enforcement officers, especially our sheriffs at this difficult moment when they themselves are often threatened. We pray for those in our community who are still suffering the multiple effects of coronavirus. Grant, Lord, that we may come together to fight this common enemy and not one another, and in so doing, may truly unite El Paso strong. O God, who show a father's care for all, grant in your mercy that the members of the human race to whom you have given a single origin may form in peace a single family and always be united by a fraternal spirit in which justice and peace may reign. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Seitz. Quite an honor to have you doing our invocation. Thank you very much.
God bless you all. Have a good meeting.
God bless you. Caesar.
Thank you, Judge. I'd also like to welcome this morning our ASL interpreters, Maria Hernandez and Dario Garcia. With that, we're moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4K. We would like to ask for item 4E be pulled for discussion. Are there any other items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Judge, can we pull item 4B, B as in boy, and then you said E has already been asked to be pulled, right?
Correct, Commissioner. 4E.
Okay, thank you.
Any others from the members of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to item 5, resolutions. Item number 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing that Black Lives Matter.
Commissioner Stout?
Yeah. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners and members of the public, those that are joining us. I'm privileged to be able to read this resolution into the record. I know that it's an unusually short resolution, but I feel that in this moment in time, less is more. Obviously, the point of this resolution is exactly what it states. So I'll read it. I know that we probably have some folks on the line that might want to comment as well, but I am going to go ahead and read the resolution. Pull it up here. Whereas Black Lives Matter, now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Black Lives Matter. Signed this 8th day of June 2020, the Honorable County Commissioners Court. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This is
Miguel, we have.
I don't know if somebody's here is representing the Young El Paso Democrats. I was not given a name or a number, but several people have joined the meeting.
Okay.
You can address the court if you're here. Now, we do have public comment on this item as well.
Okay.
I'd like to remind that speakers' public comment is limited to 5 minutes, so please try to keep your comments limited to those 5 minutes.
First person I'm going to call is Tim Campbell. Placing the call.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Campbell. This is the El Paso County Commissioners Court. We are discussing the resolution item A. You can state your name and address the court, please.
My name is Tim Gamwell.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Tim Gamwell. I'm a local pastor of Life Challenge Church here in El Paso. We are primarily a missionary organization assisting the underserved and less fortunate. We work with immigrants and refugees, as well as rescued traffic victims in Mexico and other countries such as India, Iraq, Nepal, Lebanon, Thailand, etc. I'd like to share some thoughts concerning the upcoming resolutions A, B, and C. I trust each of you to consider their worth. In my work, all lives matter. Unfortunately, I have seen and witnessed atrocities everywhere, justified by some form of rationalization. I have a simple name for it. It's called bullying. When those of power take advantage of the weak. You see bullying in schools and gangs, at work, neighborhoods, etc. Unfortunately, you see it in all areas of life. Bosses, corporations, law enforcement, political organizations, governments, etc. Some organizations may be designed for bullying, but normally they just have bullies within them, all trying to gain more power, which will allow them the advantage to bully. Bullying is linked to human nature and self-preservation, animal instinct, survival of the fittest. Only God's nature can change that human greed for control and bullying. Bullying has no size, shape, color, or economic status. It only looks for the weaker victim. Giving special recognition or preferential treatment to any specific organization can empower their members towards bullying. That treatment in itself goes against policies of equality towards other organizations and does not help the situation at all. Bullying stops only when we as individuals accept God's nature of love and love our neighbors, even our enemies. Pray for and bless those that hurt us, look out for one another, and treat all people equally as we should be treated. This is what will make America great, when we each return to God's values as reflected in biblical principles. What happened to George Floyd was absolutely outrageous. That was a clear case of bullying. All 4 officers must be prosecuted for their crimes. Justice must be served. However, watching the following protests, the nation is seeing hundreds and more people's lives destroyed as looters and protesters criminalize and destroy neighborhoods. That's bullying, and they should be equally prosecuted for their crimes. Labeling these crimes as anything other than the truth as a criminal act of bullying only encourages justifications, incites more hate and violence, and empowers greater bullying. An organization that promotes bullying does not represent peaceful protest. A peaceful protest should have a viable objective. A general once said, "My door is open for any complaints, but when you come, bring with you some idea of a resolution. That way, I know that you are truly interested in a solution and not just trying to cause problems. This is a good policy. I encourage peaceful protests, but I want to hear what is the objective, what resolutions are being offered, what are we trying to gain? Otherwise, it accomplishes nothing but to stir up trouble, unless that is the objective." In regard to Resolution C, I can only remind our leadership that although the popular voice may cry for one thing, You ultimately answer to God. God said that this is wrong. Yes, I have and love each and every one of my gay friends, and that's my responsibility before God. I don't judge them. That is between them and God. But I cannot agree, support, or encourage their lifestyle. The wise learn from history. Always when the leadership negated God's values, they lost the kingdom or the empire. Because when we as leaders think that we are higher than God and that what he says doesn't matter, then we can trust God just like our money says, but to bring judgment. God is not mocked. What a man sows, that will he also reap. You are the leaders. You will not answer to the people. You will answer to God. Please consider truth before it's too late. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
The
Thank
next
you.
person signed up for this item is Adela Styles. I'm placing the call.
What?
Hello?
Hello, Adela
Hello?
Styles?
No,
Yes.
this is Tim.
Yes, Tim. We're
Hi.
Hi, Adela. This is the Commissioner's Court. You can address the state your name and address the court for item 5A.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, my name,
Go ahead.
my name is Adeli Styles, and I wanted to address the commissioners in regards to item A, which is embracing the Black Lives Matter. I'm a Hispanic woman, and although I don't believe in racism at all, it's a terrible thing. And I completely disagree and was horrified when I saw the murder of George Floyd. I also don't agree with the Black Lives Matter movement, at least in the direction that it's going. I've seen it, as I'm sure everybody has in the national news, how it's progressively moving towards a more violent direction. The Black Lives Matter leader recently was interviewed by the Daily Mail, and he stated that Black Lives Matter would be taking on a violent approach and anti-police. They've hurled insults and bottles and rocks at police officers. And I'd just like to remind the court that our police officers here in El Paso are public servants, and they walked through with us in August when we all went through the terrible thing that we went through with the Walmart shooting that was caused by a racist. And I would hate to put anything in effect, any kind of resolution that would minimize that kind, our support for police officers here in El Paso. They protect us, and the majority of people are for our police officers. And so I don't believe that the city should adopt anything that right now is moving towards a violent direction. And I think that that's really important that we do that. Again, to make it clear, I do not support racism one bit. I just don't see the Black Lives Matter movement moving in a direction of peace and in a direction that's not violent towards our police officers. So that's one of the resolutions that I wanted to touch base on. The other one was Resolution C. And as I've previously mentioned, Resolution B, I am completely against what happened to George Floyd, and I support fully that we should have peaceful protests. And we have the freedom to assemble, and any kind of peaceful protest, I will completely back and support. So I have no problems with Resolution B. Resolution C, I do believe that we are an inclusive city. I support the LGBTQA movement. I have people in my family that are part of the LGBTQA movement. However, I also believe that we as El Paso are already inclusive. We're a unique community. We love one another. We're a diverse community, and we support one another. As seen by our tragic events that we had recently last year in August. And I don't feel like we have to have something a public or a city resolution to enforce that, because at that point in time, we are discriminating against institutions that don't believe that, that it's not that they don't believe, but it's against their religious values to embrace the LGBTQA movement, not to hate against them or to discriminate against them, but simply support and advocate for it. And so the city, I think it would be beneficial for us, because we have a very strong Catholic and Christian community, as well as other religions that don't necessarily agree with the movement, to stay neutral and continue being a diverse and loving city that we have been, without having to any kind of formal city proclamation that forces our institutions to accept or acknowledge something that they are religiously against.
Okay, that's.
Are you there?
Yes, we got your public comment,
Yeah.
Judge. That concludes the public comment for 5A.
Thank you for your words and your view. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate
Caesar.
you guys
Was that
taking the time to listen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Okay. Item number, one second. Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution condemning the murder of George Floyd and affirming the right of peaceful protest.
Go ahead,
Judge,
Commissioners.
thank you. Judge, I wanted to see if we can, maybe we can hear public comment before we read the resolution.
That's fine. Thank you.
Is that amenable to you?
Yeah. That's perfect. Miguel, you want to go ahead?
For 5B, first is Dorothy Bird. I see you on the webcam. You can address the commissioners, Dorothy.
I'd like to remind the speakers that we need to speak specifically to the item that has been read in. If you're speaking to the various resolutions, please speak once that resolution has been brought up. We need to speak only to the resolution that's been read in at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Caesar. Great clarification. Thank you. Ms. Bird?
Good morning, Commissioners Court. I'm speaking on Resolution 5B. My name is Dorothy Bird, B-Y-R-D. Good morning. Today, I could stand before you as the chair for the Black El Paso Democrats, or as a candidate for City Council District 4 representative, or even a community activist to talk about George Floyd. But instead, I stand before you as a Black mother, sister, aunt, grandmother, and friend. And I am upset again. I say again because this has happened too many times to the Black community. To see George Floyd and so many that are killed by the hands of law enforcement, there have been too many videos and news tapes to count. The protesters are understandable because for years the Black community have been saying, why? Why are so many people from the Black community getting killed at a much higher rate than any other, going to jail for less charges, yet are given more time in jail than any other race? My community can be watching a news report about a killing, and before the description of a person is said, we wait to see if the person is dead or alive. If the person is alive, then the person is not Black. If the person is dead, then the person is Black, even in El Paso. My point about all of this is, thank God there's a video, even though at times, even with a video, it makes no difference. George Floyd, today I thank you because your life was taken away in front of the world. The world seen the video of you as you died on the ground. The world seen the video as I have seen so many men Black men, women, and children being killed right in front of our eyes. But a lot of people still didn't see what I did. Now it is time to vote so we can change laws that protect the Black community in all communities. For when we are sleeping, going to the store, having a barbecue, selling bottled water, having a broken tail light, jogging, babysitting, or even bird watching. The brown community is the next highest in killings. Young people and old have made a difference by protesting. When you peacefully protest, it brings attention to the issues and facts. And this issue is that Black lives matter. Let us live. As Reverend Sharpton said, get off my neck. Now is the time to stop protesting and start on the next step. The next step is to make a difference by voting. Please, I ask you to register to vote. You need to exercise your right to vote. Vote for someone who will share your values and principles. Democrats need to win the Senate and the White House. Remember that it has been 400 years and nothing will change overnight. Today, start and do not forget why George Floyd died. Please join me in making a difference. It takes less than 8 minutes and 46 seconds to register to vote. When you vote and check in, the voting will take less than 8 minutes and 46 seconds. I am not talking about standing in line. That is why you need to do early voting before that is taken away. I ask you to please stop the protesting and use your 8 minutes and 46 seconds wisely in honor of the life of George, Breonna, Avery, Sandra, Sterling, and Trovon. My comments are not against all law enforcement, only against the ones that abuse it. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the resolution and my time to talk about George Floyd. Dorothy Sissy Bird, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Appreciate your words and your views. Thank you so much.
Next person we have for this item is Linda Ward, placing the call.
Morning.
Good morning, Linda. We are addressing the resolution item 5B. If you can state your name and you may address the court.
Yes, hi. My name is Linda Ward, and I'm here to address the court about the resolution that you're considering for signing today. And I'm going to read a prepared statement for you. I just had a chance this morning to read the resolution. I'll tell you, so my notes were just assembled pretty quickly. So here's what I have to say. I do not understand why the county states at the end of paragraph 5 and all of paragraph 6 of the resolution, where actually you're referring to free speech and peaceable assembly, that we call upon all law enforcement agencies to facilitate that exercise, not to inhibit or retaliate against it. And whereas our community is safer when law enforcement does not engage with peaceful protests using tactics that escalate conflict, and is safer when people exercising their constitutional right to protest are not treated as threats and subjected to the use of military-grade equipment, as we have seen recently in El Paso, Texas, during peaceful protests of systemic racism. And then that's the end of the quote. I was not at the protest, but from the account that I read on KTSM 9, the official police website tweeted, officers providing safe route are now being assaulted at different locations. KTSM further reports El Paso police say those protesters, there's a lot of noise on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. KTSM further reports El Paso police say those protesters began boxing in their officers, which appears to be confirmed by the pictures on the website, throwing bottles and even spray painting vehicles. El Paso Police Department's tactical unit deployed gas and non-lethal rounds into the remaining crowd,
which started a standoff that lasted for hours. And then these are my words. I feel that the county's resolution is premature given that there are conflicting accounts given. Only one person in this large crowd that I'm aware of claims to have been hit by a rubber bullet. As a citizen of this great city, after watching the protests that have quickly turned violent across our nation, I think this petition is unwarranted. Our police must be prepared for anything to happen. They must be equipped for violence, which has been so prevalent across our land since Mr. Floyd's brutal killing, which was done by an evil man who does not reflect the tens of thousands of upstanding police officers in our country. Last week, I was in Dallas when a man who was trying to protect his property was brutally beaten by rioters and then died the next day from his injuries. Where's the outrage over that or over the loss of
Linda, you still there? We lost the phone call. And you're muted, Judge.
Could Mrs. Ward, please?
Are you still there, Linda? Would you like me to call her back?
Yeah, call her back real quick, and then we'll keep moving.
Placing the call. Hello, Linda?
Michael, go ahead and go to the next person, and then let's see if she calls back in, and then you could put her on hold, please.
We do have Michael Groves. Michael, is that you in the webcam?
Hi there. I could still hear you.
Okay. There's Linda again. Sorry, we lost your call.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I just have a short amount more to read. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of this paragraph. As a citizen of this great city, after watching the protests that have quickly turned violent across our nation, I think this petition is unwarranted. Our police must be prepared for anything to happen. They must be equipped for violence, which has been so prevalent across our land since Mr. Floyd's brutal killing, which was done by an evil man who does not reflect the tens of thousands of upstanding police officers in our country. Last week, I was in Dallas when a man who was trying to protect his property was brutally beaten by rioters and then died the next day of his injuries. Where is the outrage over that loss, or the at least 10 that I know of, police officers who have been killed during these protests? We should be thanking Chief Allen and all of the fine men and women who are protecting us each and every day, not breaking the morale by assuming the worst instead of the best. As there is no evidence of any wrongdoing by our police force at this time, and possibly something will show that they did do something wrong, but I think that this petition is unnecessary and premature and should not be signed today. And that's the end of my statement.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all meeting and considering what I have to say.
Thank you.
Finally, Judge,
again,
we have
a good day.
Thank you. Michael
too,
Groves, attorney. Michael, is that you on the webcam guest?
What's the full name? I didn't catch that.
Michael Groves. Michael Groves.
Groves?
Mr. Groves. You can address the court if that is you.
Mr. Grove, go ahead.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Mr. Grove, Michael, can you hear us?
I see your webcam. Yes, we're trying to hear you.
Go ahead, Mr. Grove.
Can't hear you. I'm going to place a phone call towards you. You can answer your phone, 469 area code.
Hi, sorry. It sounds like my my phone is muted or my.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
We can hear you now.
Go ahead, Mr.
Great.
Grove.
So my name is Michael Groves, and I am an immigration attorney here in El Paso. And I figure I would offer up a statement for a comment for, specifically on 5B and the.
Sorry, dial *6, please. Sorry, you're muted. Can you dial *6? Dial *6 one more time. I'm sorry.
Are you?
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, guys. So I have just a statement I'd like to read regarding the protests here in El Paso and our right to peacefully protest. So, like many people in this country and many people gathered here today, I was deeply angered to hear of the unjustifiable murder of George Floyd by 4 Minneapolis police officers. It was glaring in its needless cruelty, and it's horrific in its brazenness. 3 people wearing a badge stood by and made room for another person wearing a badge to calmly and deliberately snuff the life out of another human being for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in broad daylight as onlookers begged them to stop. Unfortunately, though, I cannot say I was surprised. I cannot say that this act of violence is uncommon or unheard of, and I can't say that I haven't seen this happen time and time again. Nor can anyone who is paying attention in this country. Eric Garner, Fiona Taylor, Philando Castile, the list goes on. We watch every day as our current attitudes towards policing makes it clear that Black people in America are not viewed as people containing human dignity, as individuals containing a spark of the divine. In our community, I can think of James Brown. James Brown had served 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan and had a small child when his life was snuffed out in 2012. In 2012, he reported to the El Paso County Jail to serve out a 2-day sentence for DWI. At some point during the night, he began experiencing a PTSD episode and began screaming at the guards for help. We know that several heavily armored officers walked into his cell. We know that James Brown was unarmed. We do not know what transpired in that cell, but we know that he was in custody. And we also know that no attempt at medical aid was attempted. We know that James Brown entered the jail alive, and we know the next day he exited it dead. We know that the single most sought after and influential police trainer in the United States is Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman. We know that David Grossman has instructed tens of thousands of police officers across the country. We know that he has dubbed his methodology passed on as training to police, as killology. That is the name he gave it himself. We know that in such training, it is stressed that it is the job of the sheepdog, or police, to protect the sheep by killing the wolf. We know that the police are trained to view every interaction with the populace as a potentially deadly one. And we know, based on on-the-job shootings, deaths, and incarceration rates, that police in America all too often view Black America as the wolves. We know this training teaches police not to go looking for people to kill, because the people who need killing will come to them. We know that the police officers often wear the insignia of the Punisher, who is a fictional character who kills people that he deems as violent or corrupt. We also know that the Punisher's fictional biography, his family was killed by corrupt police. So I don't think Frank Castle, the Punisher, would look out too happily for that. And with regards to protests, we know that before we can go out to protest, we need to come prepared for police violence. We know that we should bring medical supplies. We knew that we should bring a neutralizer for tear gas. We know we should cover our faces. We know that we should bring eyewear to protect our eyes from rubber bullets that they may shoot at us. People are so afraid of police and so distrustful of them for oftentimes good reasons that they go to protest expecting to be shot at. This is what we know. And so I, like many others, took to the streets on Sunday to protest the system that allowed someone like George Floyd to be murdered. I came out because I was angry, because I am angry, because in this country we still have to assert and scream to anyone who might pass by that Black Lives Matter. So we gathered in front of the police station at 6 p.m. and we started speaking out against police violence. And to the police's credit, It was entirely peaceful at this time. We decided to march to Memorial Park. Thousands of us went. We slowly and peacefully made our way out there. I think the original intention was to make our way back to the police station, but that became impossible as we reached Cobia Street. Because when we turned the corner of Cobia Street, we found ourselves surrounded on either side by police in full-on riot gear who had boxed us in. We could not proceed to the right. We could not proceed to the left as they were blocking traffic. We could not proceed backwards as we were flanked on our backs by 5 to 6 police cars. We were stuck. So gradually we pushed our way back. We forced the police cars to move as we moved back to Memorial Park. We were told once we got there that the only reason the police were there is because we were blocking off the street. So if we just got on the grass, everything would be fine. We'd be allowed to continue our protest. And that's what we were told. So we went on the grass. And after we did that, after 20 minutes of being on that grass, police opened fire on us with tear gas and with rubber bullets or beanbags. We couldn't quite tell. I saw as one man was completely debilitated through a shot in the gut and had a tear gas canister explode directly in front of him as he was completely debilitated, lying on the ground, unable to say that he could not breathe because he could not form the words to speak because his airway was completely closed. I saw a girl get shot in the leg and drop to the ground. She was unable supporting her own weight. We had to rip off her pants in front of hundreds of people to make sure that her wound wasn't too serious, that she had to be taken immediately to a hospital. And this continued on for another hour and a half as they gradually pushed us further and further and further back, tear gassing us, shooting at us, all because we believe that we should have the right to not be murdered by the police. I hope today we will take at least the first steps as a community and governing body and acknowledge that we cannot live in silence and we cannot cover up our prior sins. We cannot just look at the one black man who has been beaten and abused by the police or by society and pick him up and make things right with him. I hope we can make it so that we don't have to march and protest against the police. I hope we can make it so that we all acknowledge the dignity of our neighbor. I hope we can make it so that black people in this country aren't afraid to call the police or are not simply terrified to be on the streets as a patrol car goes by. I hope we don't feel the need to gather across the nation in crowds of thousands to tell the police that enough is enough. I hope we can make it so that we don't have the community to pour milk into each other's eyes to wipe out the tear gas, because we can't just be good Samaritans. I don't want to be a good Samaritan. I'm tired of picking people up along the Jericho Road. I'm tired of seeing people battered and bloody on that road. I don't want to pick up anyone else. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, one day we must come to see that the whole Jericho Road must be transformed so that men and women will not constantly be beaten and robbed as they make their journey on life's highway. This is true for us, the people, and it is true for the police. Because if the police are against the people, if the police view us as a threat, if they come out to meet us as the aggrieved wearing riot gear and shoot at us and gas us and beat us, these protests are going to keep coming, and the police will only be proving their point every time they come out. So I'd like to close with one final thought. After that protest, 2 nights later, I was at another protest organized by the Brown Berets. As we gathered, things got tense, and there was a representative from the National Guard there, as well as more police and riot gear. But this time, only one person was arrested, and police did not fire on us. But I was there, and I noticed a young woman in shorts with a bandage around her leg. The thigh itself was almost entirely purple from bruising. It was the same woman I'd seen be shot by the police just 2 nights prior. And in that moment, I was so proud of El Paso, and I was proud of my community, because we are El Paso. When you hit us, we get back up and we keep marching. Because when you are tear gassed and shot, it just makes you that much more willing to get shot at and tear gassed in the future. I hope that the police in our city come to realize that we, El Pasoans, are not their enemies, and that I don't have to watch more people struggling to breathe or scratching at their burning skin or being beaten by groups of policemen with batons and shields. I would hope that our police releasing tear gas during a global respiratory disease pandemic realize that's a terrible idea. But I would ask everyone here again to consider that girl that I saw, someone who has already been shot, who is willing to be shot again. Someone like that is fighting for something. They are fighting for something good and pure. They are fighting for the idea that human life has value. They should be allowed to fight for that in peace, without fear of physical violence from the police. I believe that. And I hope that the police and everyone here today can bring themselves to believe the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Caesar?
That's it for public comment on this item.
No, I'll just say, Caesar, if you could remind us of the time limit. I don't know if I didn't hear your, just so that everybody gets the fair 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Speakers,
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your time and your words. Okay. Is that was that everybody, Michael?
You good?
That's it. That's it for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
That's all we had for public comment on this item.
Yes,
Miguel?
yes, that's all we had.
Yes.
Okay. So we were sent an email by Representative Mary Gonzalez, and she asked that we read her letter into the record. So I'm gonna read that real quickly. It says, "Dear Commissioners, thank you for your leadership in protecting and supporting El Pasoans during the COVID-19 crisis. Now we face another national crisis, one of police brutality and racial injustice brought to the forefront by the tragic death of George Floyd and subsequent protests around the world. You have 3 very important resolutions on your agenda today: 5A regarding Black Lives Matter, 5B regarding George Floyd and subsequent protests, and 5C in honor of Pride Month. I am writing to express my strong support for all 3 resolutions. A recent string of violent and unjust murders of Black Americans has sparked a national outcry for a long overdue end to police brutality, and racial oppression in this country. As government officials, we must take a stand and demonstrate our commitment to dismantling systemic racism and preventing racial violence. As the chair and one of the founders of the Texas House LGBTQ caucus and a proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community, I understand the importance of honoring the progress made by our community. This Pride Month is a time to celebrate and spread awareness of our movement, but also demonstrate that there is much more work to be done to achieve equality for all Texans. By making these important recognitions, you can demonstrate that El Paso is a welcoming and diverse place, but also a leader in social justice, anti-discrimination, and equality. I appreciate your consideration, and I hope you pass these resolutions." So thank you, Representative Gonzalez, for that letter. So Judge and Commissioners, I have the privilege of reading this resolution into the record, but I want to say a couple of words beforehand. As an elected official who was a white man that represents a majority population, and who's a progressive, and I think that listening is a very important part of my job. It can be difficult because there are lots of people to listen to: my parents, my church, my colleagues, my constituents, the news, etc. But right now, I can't help but hear so many voices that are yelling and screaming and begging and pleading. They are in suffering and they are in pain. And I'm trying to listen to them. And that's why I decided to sponsor the resolution today, this resolution. Learning is a constant all throughout life. And it's also an important part of this job that we have, commissioners and judge. I've spent a lot of time, a lot of my time doing research over my career, and I'm a policy-oriented public servant. I read to understand history, to uncover different opinions and voices, and to look for solutions to problems. And that's also why I decided to sponsor this resolution today. After much listening and learning, and not just after or because of George Floyd's death, I have decided it's time to take some action. And this resolution is something that has been a long time in the making, but it is a call to action. It's a call to change and a pledge to work tirelessly for that change. We've seen so many way too many videos of over-policing, of police brutality, and of death. You know, watching George Floyd die before our eyes should have made all of us, every single one of us, want to scream and yell and beg and plead for change. And when people decide to take to the streets to do so, we should understand that it is their constitutional right and allow them that unhindered freedom. In so many places across the country, that was not the case. And most unfortunately, El Paso wasn't the exception. In doing research the past number of days, I came across an interesting study done by the Harry Frank Guggenheim Foundation that looks at best practices in protest policing. And it states that a key aspect of effective police response to protests is facilitation. Police often view protests and other public order events from the vantage point of how to control, regulate, or manage people. Of course, this viewpoint is understandable, but when people have legitimate, constitutionally protected aims, the perception that police are over-controlling or micromanaging them can give the impression that police are simply trying to limit or prohibit legitimate behavior. Protesters tend to have a heightened sense of grievance that can be easily turned toward the police. One way to minimize this transfer of grievance is to allow protesters a reasonable chance to express themselves in a peaceful manner. When police operate from the vantage point of how to facilitate peaceful protests rather than how to control or regulate them, they can improve the relationship between police and protesters and reduce the likelihood of conflict and violence. It goes on to talk about the use of riot gear, corralling groups or barricading / limiting access to public streets, and of course, the use of military-style equipment such as tear gas and rubber bullets. And it talks about those not being best practices in policing protests. It suggests that arrests should be made very sparingly, and the use of force should be a last resort. That a differentiated response is best. So from the personal accounts that I've heard, as well as many videos that were posted on social media during the two most recent protests in El Paso, there was, I feel, an evident lack of those best practices. At the first protest at Memorial Park, there were officers in riot gear. People were being herded and corralled as they walked back and forth from the park to the police station. And in the end, people were fired upon with rubber bullets and tear gas. I started thinking that, we need more and better training for our law enforcement, our local law enforcement after seeing these things. At the second protest, we also saw not just local police department, but we also saw federal officers in riot gear, and you had helicopters, flying at a very low level, and people feel intimidated by that. And I feel like, I felt like we need more training for our officers, and I started sending resources by email to our sheriff to include the study that I just spoke about. I sent an email about the 8 Can't Wait website referenced by President Obama recently, as well as other resources. However, after having heard from a number of city council members from Minneapolis, which is where George Floyd was murdered in front of our eyes, they made a very strong case that training and more training is probably not enough. They have tried that, and it didn't work. They are acting now to bring about change and have decided that policing in schools, policing of the homeless, the mental ill, of youth that have issues, and more is no longer viable. They are questioning the roles that police take and have, and are engaging the community to listen to them and understand how they would like to see public safety, how they envision public safety. And I think we should have the same conversations. I think that we should look at having those conversations. We need change in El Paso too. You know, we spend millions of dollars a year at El Paso County on law enforcement and not nearly enough money on social services. We could provide housing instead of jailing people. We could spend money on community-based anti-violence programs instead of gang units. We could spend more on non-coercive mental health and trauma services and more on getting young people to work. And instead of having police at schools, spend more money on counselors, after-school programs, and non-coercive restorative justice programs. And because the county is charged with public health, it is even more incumbent upon all of us, because this has huge implications and huge intersectionalities with public health. So in the next weeks, I want to propose that we work together with community groups like the NAACP, like the Black El Paso Democrats, the Young Democrats, Sunrise, Borderland Rainbow Center, the Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Groups, and others that are very serious about making systemic changes. And I propose that we work with them on a community assessment regarding public safety, just as we did with our veteran community recently. And I propose we finally do what I have been harping on for so many years and institute participatory budgeting and apply that to our law enforcement budget. I propose that we create one of the strongest legislative agendas we have ever had by advocating for these needed changes at the state and federal level as well, not just acting locally. And let's continue to listen to the voices of the people who are screaming, who are yelling, who are pleading and begging for change. Let's learn from them and act to make our community safer, healthier, and better. But before we can do any of this, we have to recognize the injustices. We have to recognize the racism. We have to recognize that there is a problem. And that is what I feel that this resolution is intended to do. So let me pull up the resolution. And I'll go ahead and read it. Whereas the death of George Floyd is a national tragedy that has reminded the world that we do not live in a post-racial society, and that systemic racism continues to shape the lives of Black and brown people in the United States through the tragedy of Mr. Floyd's death is far from unique and draws parallels to others who have suffered and continue to suffer similar attacks under the cloak of legal authority. And whereas the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, unequivocally denounces police brutality, racism, and calls upon all El Pasoans, Texans, and Americans to do the same by actively engaging in the tough conversations that lead us to examine our prejudices and preconceived notions about race and privilege. And whereas reforming society so that justice is a reality for all people, regardless of race, class, or immigration status, does not happen without meaningful, intentional work, and the calling to pursue justice remains ongoing. Whereas this Commissioners Court swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of Texas and the United States of America, including the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which protects the right of people to peacefully protest, a foundational principle of American life. And whereas during this time when communities across the nation, including our own, have chosen to exercise their First Amendment rights of free speech and peaceable assembly to petition the government for redress of their grievances, we call upon all law enforcement agencies to facilitate that exercise, to not inhibit it or retaliate against it. And whereas our community is safer when law enforcement does not engage with peaceful protests using tactics that escalate conflict, and is safer when people exercising their constitutional right to protest are not treated as threats and subjected to the use of military-grade equipment, as we have seen recently in El Paso, Texas, during peaceful protests of systemic racism. And whereas we do not condone or excuse the destruction of property, and we explicitly condemn attacks against the physical person of any law enforcement officer and of any person exercising his or her constitutional rights. And whereas community safety is an organic, collaborative process that requires mutual trust and mutual respect, both of which can be developed and maintained only with openness, accountability, and transparency as a unified community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the systemic racism that caused George Floyd's death be explicitly and unequivocally condemned today, tomorrow, and forever within the County of El Paso. And we implore law enforcement, especially local law enforcement, to ensure that the constitutional rights of peaceful protests continue unimpeded as intended when our nation was founded.
Commissioner Stout, thank you very much. Before we get a second, just wanted to comment. It's very, very important. I guess there's not a secret as the kind of respect that I have for Sheriff Wiles and the sheriffs here in El Paso. I've seen their interactions. I tell people about 4th of July or any of these big events that we have at Escarate, and the interaction between our sheriffs or deputies and the community is something, I mean, you have to see it. It's not, they're not there as police officers, but they're there as to facilitate an event. So I'm very, very proud of that. And I just wanted to make sure and to discern that and not generalize in any way, because we do have some incredible law enforcement. And someone mentioned in one of the public comments about how they interacted on August the 3rd and their interactions of all the agencies. And so I just wanted to make sure that we as a county also support, and we're very, very supportive of law enforcement that does it right, law enforcement that has the values that represent, who we are. And I think we all know the kind of community that we have. And sometimes it's unfortunate because, we have such a welcoming community. We have been the safest city for a long time, and you don't become the safest city because you're aggressive and you go out there and do things that you shouldn't do. Now, I'm not condoning what happened in these activities, obviously. It's just hard for me to, I didn't want that to happen. I always want that great image that we have as a community. And yes, it was blemished by the interactions and the activities that took place. I did reach out to Sheriff Wiles to ask him what the sheriffs and the deputies, what was their interaction? And they, explicitly, they did not have any direct role in these activities. And just wanted to make sure that stays constant because they have worked really hard. I got to see what happened to Pete Herrera, and just a typical stop. And he got shot at, brutally hit. Just a very tough situation for the sheriff's department. So as they're coming out of this grief of having lost a police officer that was known as extremely, well liked by the community, just didn't want that as we focus on what had happened, that we sort of really focus on the individuals that had that the way they interacted, which was probably not appropriate. I don't know enough to be able to say in detail what happened, but what I can tell you is that I have a tremendous respect for our sheriffs. And I agree, Commissioner Stout. I think we do need to lead these narratives with the law enforcement of all agencies. You and I already meet with several of the agencies, and their interaction is very open and candid, and I thank you for being part of that. And that's the communication that we need to express to them. Sometimes things come too fast at us, that we didn't realize. I mean, to be honest with you, I never here in El Paso, that was not what I thought would be the reaction. And so we do need to lead that narrative about training, about what is our expectation of your civil-minded community that you have here. What do we expect? And we want people to be able to voice their opinion in a peaceful manner. We want them to express, what they feel. Mr. Floyd's death is unreal. It's surreal. I mean, that we would capture it the way it's been captured. It's horrific. And so I'm asking the community, both law enforcement and people that demonstrate peacefully, that we take that into consideration, that don't forget that all the eyes are on El Paso. We've been a tremendous role model. The way we handle refugees, the way we handle August 3rd, the way we're handling COVID-19 it's unbelievable. It's remarkable how we do that. And then when we have an incident like that could be avoided by both parties, the law enforcement that decided to take, things in their hands, and the community that went beyond peaceful. That's not El Paso on both sides. That's not El Paso. That's not our law enforcement. That's not the way we interact with each other. And to just be very, very prudent about how we do things. And you're right. I think that we do need the training and the understanding and showing everyone how people act in El Paso. So once again, I thank you, Commissioner Stout. It's a very thoughtful resolution. I just wanted to make sure that people understood that I did reach out to the sheriff to understand. I can't do that about the police department, but I wanted to make sure, what was our role in all of this and what's his vision? And his vision is one of what you just expressed, allowing people to peacefully gather and then not trying to do anything that would create any reason to have an interaction that we would not be seen favorable in our community. So, like I said, finally, I do believe that resolution is necessary. It's very explicit. I just wanted to make sure that we have incredible law enforcement, that it's not generalized to everyone, or it's not generalized to specifically, because we are the county and I'm the county judge, and I believe in the sheriffs. Pete Ferroni, the president of the union, his vision is really, really incredible about peace and being people that facilitate situations, not govern them. And so once again, I thank you, Commissioner, and I want to second your motion.
Commissioner Perez.
You're muted, Commissioner Perez. Commissioner Perez, you're muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Before I vote, Judge, if you would give me a few minutes, I also want to voice some concerns and opinions that I have. First of all, I want to make it very, very clear that I am in support of the movement for change. But as you all know, I grew up in the police department, almost 30 years of service. And I've got to say that, yes, there is much change that is needed nationwide. And I've been very proactive. Recently, I was in a conversation with Congresswoman Veronica Escobar and a committee that she's putting together addressing just this. I was also in a conversation with a state rep, also want to be part of that change. I've got to say that the words you said, Commissioner Stout, you mentioned that you want to make sure that you work with others. And you mentioned a whole slew of groups, great groups, but you not once that you mentioned law enforcement. You've got to include them. One of the things that I've always said, if you look at that murder, the murder of Mr. Floyd, you will notice that other law enforcement officers, other police officers had cameras, yet we have not seen one frame of footage from that. I think that law enforcement agencies have to be much more transparent. And I agree with you, Judge, that we have great law enforcement here in El Paso. Our sheriff's department is one of the best in the country. The police department in El Paso is one of the finest also. Yes, there is issues there. There is problems. There's much room for improvement. If you look at my record as chief, you would have seen some of those changes that occurred. One of the backbones of community policing is the police is the community. The community is the police. We just have to make it more the community. And my whole drive. I think the biggest mistake that a municipality, that a state can make in the career of a police officer is the initial hiring of that police officer. I've always said that you can't teach nice. And if you look at that murder scene in Minneapolis, you will see that that is a 19-year veteran that no amount of training that he received improved. You would have seen that if you hire the wrong person, it's never going to improve. So I want to be part of the change, but I also want to go on record to say two things. Number one, that these demonstrations across the world are very necessary. The violence, the looting, the burning, that goes without saying. There's no room for that. It has to be peaceful. But I also have to go on record to say that here in El Paso, Commissioner Stout, we have great law enforcement, and there is a reason that we're one of the safest cities. The community is the biggest reason, but law enforcement plays a huge part in the way we grow. There is room for improvement, and I will vote for this resolution. So my vote is aye.
Commissioner Stout.
I just want to say that in my statements, working with law enforcement was implicit, right? I didn't name law enforcement because that's actually who we're talking about. So it was implicit. I wasn't explicit about it, and I was hoping that folks would understand that that's an implicit. I mean, obviously, we have to work with the authorities to do what we want to do, I agree that it's somebody. I mean, we need to work with law enforcement very closely. And I've actually reached out to the association, and I've reached out to the sheriff. As I said, I've sent both of them emails, and I want to just make sure that's on the record as well. This is not a something that I take lightly, and things have to be done correctly. But things need to change, and we do have great people that work for the county and in our sheriff's department. And I hope nobody is trying to imply that I am somehow saying that that's not the case, because that's not the case. We need to make sure that I think the resolution stated that we condemn any type of violence, whether it's against police or peaceful protesters, and so the things that I'm talking about here are changes that will bring about stronger public safety, stronger public health, and we need to, as you said, Commissioner Leon, we need to involve the community much more. So, with that said, I vote aye.
And
Thank you,
Judge, if I could just add one more thing.
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
And just for clarification, Commissioner Stout, if the words you just said indicate that I was implying something, I don't imply anything. I'm very direct, and I say what I mean. And I just want you to understand that there's no dancing around issues with me. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson, thank you. I have a few comments in regards to this subject.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Robinson. I listened to all of the pontification regarding this issue and other issues as well. But sometimes I listen and we talk out of both sides of our mouth. We have forked tongues. We applaud our police department, our law enforcement, police, the sheriff department. Use the example of August 3rd, that situation that we dealt with, when the call was first made, our law enforcement officers, both sheriff department, police department, and other agencies with the law enforcement, they ran to the situation. They didn't run away from the situation. They ran to the situation. I reminiscent of my time when I was in the military, as well as now. Our soldiers, they run to the situation. They don't run away from the situation. When the need is there, they're there. We applaud our law enforcement from a standpoint, say we are the safest city in the nation. And we are, and we have been for a number of years. When we talk about the equipment that the law enforcement officers have with those, first of all, let me back up. We cannot paint a brush for everybody. In other words, those officers in Minnesota that were part of that situation that killed Mr. Floyd, I, without hesitation, condemn their action. But we can't condemn every police officer and say that every police officer is guilty of that crime. No. We condemn those who are guilty, and so we bring it close to home, in El Paso. We say that our police department, our sheriff officers should be painted with that same brush. Now, as Commissioner Leon indicated, and I agree with him wholeheartedly, look at the individual that we are hiring. Sometimes we hire some people who should not be police officers, should not be law enforcement officers. I would say that through my experience with Chief Allen, Sheriff Wiles, that they have done a great job of weeding out those bad apples. Now, did they get all of them? Do they always catch them right away? Maybe, maybe not. But over the years, I've known both Wiles and Allen, and I know from firsthand experience dealing with them, with officers, that those who are bad apples, they do their darndest to get rid of them as soon as possible. We have circumstances whereby criminals have better equipment than our law enforcement officers. So we're going to say that as far as riot gear, military type equipment, if you need it, you should be able to have it and use it. Not to say that we should abuse it, by no means. But we need to make sure that they have the right tools to take care of, as we say, August 3rd, we commend them. Overall, for the years, we say, safest city in the nation, we condemn them. We applaud them, not condemn them. We applaud them. In our community, everywhere I go, law enforcement officers are applauded. So to say that we need reform, do we need to keep up with the times? Do some of the training need to be modified? I'm not going to disagree with that. Some of the tactics that were used in Minnesota and other places where individuals were abused, violated their rights, and some killed by police officers. Do we have that situation here in El Paso? No. Have individuals who have lost their lives here in El Paso? Yes. But it is a result of racial profiling, is a result of abusing of power by our law enforcement officers. From my perspective, I don't see that. Now, let me give you from a personal standpoint. Some say we need to reform. Some places you talk about dismantling the police department altogether. Just recently, even in this past week, I had a personal situation where one of my family members' lives were threatened. Someone threatened to kill my son. I was able to call our sheriff to render assistance. Now, so we say we need to reform our law enforcement. We need to dismantle our law enforcement agencies. So if my son's life was threatened and I needed assistance and we dismantle the police department or sheriff department, who do I call? Who do I call? Who does any citizen call when they need assistance? If we say we're going to dismantle our police department or law enforcement, no, I cannot agree with that. Now, let me point to you that as far as El Paso is concerned, there's a requirement, there's a report by the Department of Justice that is rendered on an annual basis as far as our law enforcement agencies are concerned, whereby we report those, and those reports are investigated, particularly with those situations where individuals are abused by law enforcement. I encourage you, all of us, anyone that is concerned, to look at those reports before we start rendering justice and say that we have a police department that needs to be revamped or whatever. Opinions versus facts. Now, we talk about what our law enforcement officers and agencies do in our community. They're members of our community. Most of them grew up here, went to school here, got their education here, have families here. Now, their participation in community policing, I've been involved with community policing through our law enforcement agencies for well over 20 years. I see them in the schools. I see them in the community. Our sheriff department, our police department, they have needy kids, families, Christmas, Thanksgiving, they buy toys, they buy food, they participate in our parades. They do a number of things in our community, which they integrate themselves in our community. I have never been anywhere in this community, in this county, where I've heard and I've seen where our law enforcement officers and agencies are not integrated in the community and not welcome in our community, as opposed to say we don't like our law enforcement. We hate police officers. I have not seen that. Now, again, being repetitive, do we have bad apples? Yes, we do. And do we get rid of them as fast as we can and as soon as we can? But we don't have the problem that we're addressing. Now, if we say we're going to condemn the actions of those officers in Minnesota and other places for their action, yes. But to condemn our law enforcement officers, our police department, sheriff department, from my standpoint, that's a tragedy. That is a disservice. That's an insult to say that our police officers, our law enforcement agencies, sheriff department, are painted with the same brush as those individuals in Minnesota and other places who commit those crimes. So I vote no on the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Before I vote, I just want to thank you. I think I was on mute and I was trying to recognize Commissioner Leon. A lot of we have a tremendous amount of respect for his years of law enforcement, and a lot of things that we do, we rely on his vision and his understanding, and it's been just great to have a real in-depth. I mean, a lot of years of service, and that carries on to the relationship he now has with Sheriff Weil. So just wanted to recognize that the tremendous respect that we have for his views and understanding of law enforcement.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, can I make one other comment?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Robinson.
I think that, when we talk about having these committees, et cetera, which I've mentioned before, we often don't look at and entertain a wide variety of people to be included in those discussions. Seem like we sometimes tend to be selective about who we want on these committees because, we have a variety of people that can offer assistance and experience and opinions to help come up with worthwhile solutions to the problem. One of my experiences in the military was the fact that when you address a problem, come with a solution. And all I hear is there's a problem, but I don't hear anyone bring to the table solutions. And I like to be part of that process whereby I come to the table with solutions based on my time, my experience, and my knowledge, and my ability to help make things better for our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson, would you please restate your vote?
No to the resolution.
Judge, can I respond?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Stout.
Before I read the resolution, I think I made it clear that I had already reached out to the Sheriff's Association and the sheriff, and also in my statement before the resolution, I laid out a number of solutions, and I'd love to work with this court. I feel like I see some willingness to work on these things, and so I really want to make sure that we work with this court, with our sheriff's department, and with the community, most importantly, to make sure that we do what's right here and our community is safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Just one more thing, when you talk about reaching out, and I'm trying to be as very clear as possible to say reach out. I should reach out to the community. There's many people and organizations in the community that don't get reached out to and should get reached out to. You're talking about in this particular issue, we're saying Black Lives Matter, but do we reach out to the Black community? I mean, as far as I'm not talking about the Black Democrats, they're part of the community, but we say we have African American churches, we have African American civic organizations in this community, as well as the Hispanic churches, civic organizations. So I'm saying when you do that, in doing that, we should have a broad spectrum of people that sit at the table. So they don't be. We should not exclude anyone from that participation in that process.
Certainly.
Thank you,
Commissioner Robinson. Thank you.
Judge Samaniego.
Well, one more comment. I just want to thank the commissioners for this robust discussion and the public comments, and it's always such a pleasure, we agree to disagree. We move forward, and this is a great community. We've got some horrendous challenges ahead of us, but I think the way we handle things, the way we create our opinions, the way we present our views is very constructive. We learn a lot from them. Commissioner Robinson will make sure that this court focuses on solutions and reaching out. I've always said accessibility is probably one of the most important things that we do as Commissioner's Court, the accessibility of anything, whether it's health or transportation or information, or the ability to comment and participate. And so just want to, this is a very touchy, sensitive matter, but just want to, just the respect that I have for all four of you and in the public as to how it was presented. That's El Paso. That's how we do things, very professional, allow people to express themselves, get solutions, and then try to put a plan together. So I vote aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Caesar.
This brings us to item number 5C. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing June 2020 as Pride Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay, thank you once again, Judge and Commissioners. I am also very proud to have sponsored this resolution and be able to read it into the record. Whereas members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, plus LGBTQIA plus community are integral to our local, state, and national society, making up our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. And whereas the month of June has been the time to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion in New York City, which many consider to be the birth of the modern LGBTQIA plus movement, where LGBTQIA plus patrons fought back against brutality. And whereas June is officially recognized as Pride Month by the LGBTQIA plus community, and many Pride events will still occur on the last Sunday in June to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall with marches and gatherings. And whereas these important community events play a key role in raising the profile of the community and commemorating the history of the LGBTQIA plus social movement, while Pride also marks an opportunity for the community to come together and take stock and recognize the advances made and setbacks endured in the past. And whereas Pride events illustrate the diversity of the LGBTQIA plus community in the United States and abroad, equally as diverse as our nation as a whole. And whereas even a pandemic could not stop Sun City Pride from organizing a successful, socially distant car parade to allow members of our community to celebrate and honor the LGBTQIA plus community. And whereas, although we may not have been able to march in a traditional sense this year, we continue the struggle together and look forward to marching as usual next year. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we celebrate our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual community, honoring the sacrifices they have made and continue to make in our social, political, and economic sphere, and that we encourage all residents to take pride in our diverse community and hereby declare June 2020 as Pride Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Do we have any public
We have
comments or anything?
a guest, Raul
Yes, sir.
Martinez. Raul?
Yeah, go ahead, Raul.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners and Commissioner Stout for the resolution. Over the past few months, as this pandemic swept through our cities and our nation, we knew that Pride was going to have to be celebrated a little differently this year. We had to revert back to our grassroots. We had to go back to the people and make sure that they were well taken care of. People quickly volunteered for food banks throughout the city. There were several people who cooked 4, 5, 6 meals a day out of their homes to make sure that those who were unemployed still had a warm meal. We had a drag queen, a legend in our community by the name of Barbie, organize a parade because she knew the importance that parade would play in making sure that others knew that even though we couldn't be all there together, marching side by side, celebrating, as we do every year for the past 10 plus years, she knew the importance it would play in making people feel happy, making them feel comfortable in who they are. We had people who marched alongside people in the Black Lives Matter movement to make sure that they were allowed to peacefully protest. You know, it started 50 years ago. A black transgender woman in New York, Marsha P. Johnson. She decided enough was enough, and she was going to stand up for her rights and the rights of other queer people. I spent the last couple of days explaining to my black boyfriend that El Paso was different, that the El Paso community was not a discriminatory place. And this resolution proves that. As we see our flag fly above the county courthouse, that shows that our leaders acknowledge our struggles. Martin Luther King said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." And with that said, I say thank you for your time. And thank you for the resolution and your leadership. And we look forward to next year and many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul, for your thoughtful words and your time. Thank you.
Next person we have is James Hunt. We're placing the phone call now.
Thank you.
And we look forward to next year.
Hello, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you mute your YouTube feed or the broadcast feed, please?
Okay. Is that better?
Yes. So this is the Commissioner's Court. We're on item 5C. You can state your name and address the court, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Yes, my name is James Hunt. Good morning. I'm a registered architect. I have lived in El Paso since 1954. Thank you for making this opportunity available.
Hello, Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
If you can please turn down the feed, please, your feed.
Yes.
Can you mute your YouTube feed or the broadcast feed, please?
Just 1 minute, please. Is that better?
Yes. So this is Commissioner's Court. We're on item 5C. You can state your name and address the court, please. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Yes. Is this better?
Yeah, if you can just turn it off completely, please. It will be distracting for you.
1954. Thank you for making this opportunity available. Yes.
You can please turn down the feed.
Is this better?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for making this opportunity available to participate in your meetings by telephone. I am here to respectfully speak in opposition to Resolution 5C. I realize that the politically correct position to take is to support this resolution. However, in my opinion, it would not be the biblical correct position. Recently, I've seen on television many politicians quoting from the Bible. I trust that some of you are God-fearing representatives who attend church and read and believe your Bibles. Thank you for making this opportunity available to participate in your meetings by telephone. I am here to respectfully speak in opposition.
Keep going, sir.
To Resolution 5C. Okay. I realize that the politically correct position. I'm hearing myself, I guess, in what I've said previously.
Correct. You might have the TV feed or the YouTube feed. Sorry.
Okay, the Bible is the Word of God, and in many passages of Scripture,
God strongly condemns homosexuality, even to the point of destroying the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah after rescuing Lot, his wife, and 2 daughters. This is not fiction. It's not a myth. This is a true account as recorded in the Bible. In case some might say, well, that is outdated. Times have changed, and I don't believe the Bible anyway. I would say, let me quote from the New Testament in Romans 1:26 and 32. God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the women, burned in their lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error. Who, knowing the righteous judgment of God, that those who practice such things are deserving of death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them. So your approval of this resolution would align you with those whose practices are condemned by God and would bring you under the judgment of God. Everyone certainly has the right to make choices as to their lifestyle. What I'm speaking against is the County of El Paso as a governmental body endorsing this resolution. I believe this would not be looked on with favor by many of your constituents. Thank you for listening and seriously considering this matter. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Last person we have is J.J. Martinez, placing the phone call now. Mr. Martinez?
Is this working?
Hello, Mr. Martinez?
Hello, did I mute myself?
No, you're good. This is the Commissioner's Court. We are addressing item 5C. If you can state your name, you may address the court.
Awesome. My name is JJ Martinez, and I'm a constituent of Commissioner Leon. And I'd like to just quickly give some thoughts about the item that's before the Commissioner's Court today. And I want to begin by thanking the court for passing the previous resolution and thank Commissioner Stout for his leadership. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that without acknowledging the brutal history of the Pride movement, of the LGBTQI plus movement, this resolution shouldn't pass if we can't first reckon with the harsh history of the movement. And, you know, as we get to Pride and as we celebrate a movement that was based on equality for all, we have to remember that the road to equality for many Americans, for many Texans, and for many of our fellow El Pasoans is a rough one, and it's paved in blood, and it's paved in hardship, it's paved in brutality. And I think as we move forward, and especially in the conversations that we're going to have in the upcoming days and months, we have to reckon with that history, not only of members of our Black community, but of members of minorities across the United States, and the violence that is often perpetrated against them. And so I'm really thankful again to Commissioner Stout for bringing this resolution on. And I would implore every commissioner and everybody that is listening to really educate and learn about the history of the Pride movement, learn about the history of what it takes for somebody and for groups who are marginalized to come to full equality. And even then, full equality, especially in our state, is still not complete. And so we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to equality, when it comes to policing, when it comes to engaging with our community on these issues. We have a lot of work to do, and myself as a young leader in our community has a lot of work to do on this front as well. But I know that together and with the Commissioner's Court and with our councils and with our representatives, it's the work that we can do, and it's necessary work. And so this resolution starts this conversation, and even then it recognizes the importance of celebrating these months, even in the midst. I heard somebody, before me talking about, how the organizing is different because of our of the situation with the pandemic, and acknowledging that, yes, even though we are living in very different and very difficult times, there is still time to celebrate, but there is still work that needs to be done. So I again implore my commissioners to please pass this resolution, and let's have these deep conversations that are necessary and need to be had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
That is all for public comment. That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Just want to thank Raul and JJ for calling in support of this resolution. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. We have one additional resolution. This was an addendum to the agenda, item number 22. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Friday, June 12, 2020 as Women Veterans Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, and it's my honor. And as most of you know, that the county has been extremely active in supporting veterans and everything veterans. The things that we've done, we've got our new veterans person that is doing a tremendous job, and just want to be able to thank our veterans. I think too often, and unfortunately, in a lot of different situations, we forget the women's role and what they play in being able to do the things that we normally don't attribute to women, and they do such an incredible job, not only as veterans, but in some other areas that we too often forget the incredible role that women play in our history. So I will now read the resolution. I just need to be able to get that on my screen. Just a second. I'm gonna have to lean forward because it's extremely low, small. Just a second. Your patience, please. Having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so I apologize for. Okay, whereas approximately 2 million women in the United States are veterans. Apologize. And whereas in 1943, Congress introduced and passed legislation to establish the Women's Army Corps, WAC, which provided full military status to women. Whereas in 1967, the Women's Armed Services Integration Act was amended to lift restrictions on the number and ranks of women in the military. Whereas women are now the fastest growing segment of the veterans community. Whereas Texas has over 181,000 women veterans according to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Whereas women's veterans have served every branch of the military in various roles, including gunners, police, pilots, truck drivers, and fuel suppliers. Whereas women bring a unique skill set and perspective of military service, and women have selfishly and courageously served this country. And whereas women veterans deserve to be recognized for their incredible sacrifices and service. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we do hereby recognize and declare that Friday, June the 12th, 2020, be recognized as Women's Veterans Day in El Paso County, Texas. We encourage all citizens to support local efforts to recognize and honor all women veterans for their selfless service in our nation. Signed this 8th day of June, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye. I know, Carl, you're on. Are you on the call? By any chance?
Motion carries.
Yes, Judge. I'm on the call. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you would like to add a few words for our listeners.
Yes, sir. I've got a few words, and I also have a caller that would like to make some remarks also. But on the behalf of the veteran community, I'd like to start by saying thank you and the court for taking up this resolution. As the resolution states that women have served for over 72 years in our armed forces, and we're proud of that. They served in all roles, and the dimensions in the roles that they currently serve are continuing to expand. They've held leadership roles, and they've also been taken as prisoners of war, as many of you know. But the overarching thing I've heard this morning is equality with all resolutions that have been brought forth. And this resolution itself sums up just that too, women's equality within our armed services. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Sheila Anthony. She is a woman veteran. She still serves in our community, and she has she would like to make remarks to the court.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sheila?
Good morning, judges, commissioners, everyone else, good morning. My name is Sheila Anthony. First, I'd like to thank El Paso County for this resolution dedicated to female veterans. I am a proud female veteran. I served in the United States Army as a culinary arts specialist for 22 years before retiring in 2017. During my service, I deployed twice to Afghanistan, earning a Bronze Star Medal, among other awards. Serving your country is like no other experience. During my time in the Army, I grew to know and admire my peers and the camaraderies that we built. You knew that no matter what, your battles, they would always have your back. Since retiring, I am a proud veteran for the very same reason. Veterans have a bond that cannot be broken, that transcends from your time in the service to civilian life. I'm now honored to continue to serve veterans as a military veteran peer network coordinator at the Veterans One Stop Center, and I continue to do so in the El Paso community. I just want to thank you for giving me the time and allowing me to speak today.
Ms. Anthony, thank you so much for putting things in the right perspective. What you've done and what you've done for our country has been great, and we thank you for your service. But more than anything, like right now, to put in perspective of what the women's role is in the veterans and how important it is, and to have you spend time doing that, we thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, Judge. Item number six is public comment. We have no scheduled public comment for item number 6, so there will be no action.
Thank you, Caesar.
With your permission, Judge, I'd like to ask to go to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4B, pulled by Commissioner Stout. Item 4B is to approve and authorize the acceptance of the grant award for the Animal Welfare Department from Maddie's Fund, Board of Directors, for the Pet Foster Care Stimulus in the amount of $2,000 with no cash match required. Contract number 2020-0433.
We do have somebody signed up for public comment, Judge, for this item.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Placing the phone call with Edgar Salgado. Mr. Salgado, if you're on the phone, can you dial *6? For some reason, you came up muted. If you can dial *6, please.
*6. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Salgado, this is the Commissioner's Court. We are addressing item 4B. If you want to state your full name, you can address the court, please.
Yes, my name is Edgar Salgado.
Go ahead.
Yes, my concern was about the voting. The election polls, the places, not every place is being open, and I get it because of the COVID-19.
Mr. Salgado?
Mr. Salgado?
This is actually for a different item.
Yes.
Okay.
Since we have Mr. Delgado on the line, Judge, would you allow us to go to item E and then we could come back to item B?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Caesar, would you go ahead and read in item 4E, please?
Absolutely. Item number 4E is to approve and authorize the early voting stations for the July 2020 primary runoff election.
Should I begin or should I wait for the public comment on this?
Yes, hello?
I think if we could let Mr. Salgado make his public comment and then Lisa.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Salgado.
Yes, my concern is that not all polling places are being open. I understand the COVID-19, but I also understand that the COVID-19 is not going to go away anytime soon. But I had heard some comments about some people not wanting to open certain polling places, like towards the housing. And housing to me, and they started describing them as the poor, the people who can't go out, and because they're going to have people coming in there. The thing is, the COVID-19 is not going to go away anytime soon. So come November, we're going to practice those things again. My concern is that sounds like a type of voter suppression in the sense that we're not giving these people the right to go out and vote. Now, we are saying that the poor are going to have people come into the polling places and they'll be able to, they're liable to get the COVID-19. But the thing is, most people, when they go out to vote, when you ask them where they vote, they already know which polling place they're going to go vote. Now, to take away that place where they usually vote is taking away like the right to vote. It's not right. My concern is that the election department should be able to comfort these people to go out and vote, to take the proper measures, because come November, we're going to have the same issues. Like I said, I don't think the COVID-19 is going to go anytime soon, and especially in November when the flu season comes around, people are going to have to go out and vote. It's important, especially with everything that's going on right now. Every election is important. Now, it sounds also like somebody's trying to keep away these people from voting. And I'm concerned about that because that's a voter suppression there through some type of fear-mongering of the COVID-19. I understand the COVID-19 is happening, but we also need to take the precautions. The election department needs to assure the public safety. They need to address those issues. They need to be able to provide masks, gloves, disinfectant, because these are people's rights we're talking about. These are things that are going to affect our community. They're going to affect the nation, and we need to address those issues. We need to. The election department needs to assure that the public is going to be safe to go out and vote, not to be afraid to go out and vote. You know, and by cutting up places, by reducing it, we're going to make bigger lines somewhere else. People aren't going to be able to go out and vote because a lot of people don't, especially the elderly, They don't, and the people that are poor, they don't have a way out to get out to vote. You know, people are used to voting in the polling sites, and we need to accommodate them. And that's my concern. You know, I would hate for people to lose their right to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Salgado.
And we're also going to have on this item several more, about 4 more public comment speakers, Judge, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Who's up next?
Did you want to continue with public comment?
Yes, please.
Judge Strathman?
Me?
No, sir. We're done with
Salgado?
Mr. Salgado, we're done with your public comment. Judge Strathman?
Okay.
Judge, go ahead, Judge.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you, County Judge. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it very, very much. I did run my eyes over the new voting sites, the early voting stations that have been posted, and I presume those are up before you today. Thank you very much for reconsidering the locations of those polling sites. I aired my concerns earlier about having those at the multi-family housing units, and so thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. What I would also like to ask today and bring before your attention today is a very proud El Paso tradition that when people go to early vote and vote, that the campaign workers will approach people coming to vote, and they will hold out their hand to shake their hand and say hello and hand them materials and make that last best effort to gain the vote of the voter that has arrived there at the polling station. My concern is that if this El Paso tradition continues during this time specifically, what we're going to have is people arriving at the polling place, them being approached by the campaign workers, the efforts of them being touched, them being handed a piece of paper, the voter then going inside to the polling station and then carrying whatever germs they may have picked up into the polling station to the polling workers. And then, of course, when they leave, they go back to their families and their friends, and the poll workers go back to their families and their friends, and the campaign workers go back to their family and their friends. The campaign workers are going from one voter to the next, to the next, to the next, doing the best they can, working for their candidate, reaching out, trying to shake that hand, trying to give that piece of literature or material to further, push for their candidate. And unfortunately, that is just a petri dish of germ spread amongst our entire community. At this point, we are experiencing a record number of new cases. I took a look last night back at the recent numbers to see where we were with COVID specifically, and my gosh, beginning on Thursday, we went right up, and we seem to be sustaining. I'm not a doctor, and I don't know what would have possibly been the causes that we've now gone up here and we're maintaining up here, but that number of new cases is going to exhaust our healthcare system. It's very unfortunate. I was very surprised by the new numbers and how high they are. The majority of our voters are older voters, and they're most vulnerable to the virus. And it would, in my opinion, it would be irresponsible for us to continue to approach voters at early voting sites and hand them materials, as is our proud El Paso tradition. Again, I think we're going to have to step back from that at this point in time, given where we are. I think that it's very important because, of course, we need our voters to feel safe, that when they drive to that polling station and they get out of that car, they're going to be able to walk over to the polling station and be able to cast that vote without any fear of being approached, without any germ spread, without subjecting themselves possibly to being more susceptible to the COVID-19 virus. We're going to have to go ahead and do this, and it's important, I believe, that there is some sort of formal action that is taken to prohibit campaign workers from directly approaching these voters and distributing materials to them. We need these voters to feel safe. We need them to feel that when they go there, they're going to be able to vote. We don't want people at home having to weigh out whether they're compromising their health or to cast a vote. I agree with the previous speaker, Mr. Salgado. Yes, we need to encourage voter participation, and we need to make where people go to vote a safe, healthy environment for them to do so without them having a second doubt in their mind about whether they should do it at all. So I am suggesting that we prohibit campaigning of any kind on the premises of any early voting or polling station during this runoff election, and that if it's prohibited, it is also prohibited within 1,000 feet, whichever is further, either on the premises or 1,000 feet, whichever is further, so that that way people can go to these voting stations and not be subjected to campaign workers shaking their hands, getting very close to their faces, speaking very, very close to their face, and trying to hand them materials. I believe that that's the best thing that we can do for voters under the current circumstances. So I'm asking that you consider through the directive of Governor Abbott. He had mentioned that at this point, I believe you have the authority to go ahead and put additional safety measures in place. And so I'm asking that you go ahead and do that. The in-person campaigning at this point has just got to stop, so that that way we can ensure that voters show up to vote. And I think the trade-off of the in-person campaigning at the polling sites to encourage people to be able to feel safe and come out and vote is absolutely a trade-off we should make at this point.
Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate your comments and views. Miguel?
Next person we're going to call is Carol Wallace. Placing the call.
Who was that, Miguel? It broke up a little bit.
Carol Wallace. Carol Wallace is the next person.
Wallace?
I'm placing the call right now, Judge.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol. Can you dial *6, please, to unmute yourself? Carol, can you dial *6 to unmute yourself? Okay, there it is. Carol, this is the Commissioner's Court. She hung up. I'm going to go to the next person. It is Maite Gonzalez. Placing the call. Hello, Maite. This is the Commissioner's Court. Can you dial *6, please?
Hello.
Hello, Maite. This is Commissioner's Court. You can address the court. State your name, please.
Hi. Good morning still. My name is Maite Gonzalez Fitzgerald. I'm a constituent from the area of Mr. Robinson. Thank you, commissioners, for everything you do for our community. Thank you for allowing us to speak in several matters in the agenda of today. First of all, I want to say thank you to Ms. Lisa Wise and her amazing staff at the Elections Department, because they always return emails and phone calls, and that says a lot about our public servants. Thank you so much for reaching back, answering some questions. However, I have a concern. We are 19 days away from starting early voting in the runoff that starts on June 29th. I want to know, what is the plan of the election department to advise our community about the runoff election? We have a situation here in El Paso, and unfortunately, more than 470,000 people are registered to vote, but at the time of a runoff, only a 10% or 15% of those registered to vote go back and vote again on a runoff. I am very concerned that the county and the elections department needs to tell our community that there's a runoff and why there's a runoff. Not everybody in our community has a computer, has access to the internet, has the ability to go online and to check what's going on with the county. Many of our voters are elderly people, are grown up, retired, that they don't have access to a computer. I want to know what the election department is going to do to advise our community that there's a runoff and that there are all these polling places, that some of them are to be determined. That's another concern that I have. And also, I want to know if within that communication, the insurance of the safety regarding masks, gloves, disinfectant, I don't know which protocol the elections department is going to use, is also going to be advised to our community. Because it's hard as it is on a runoff, and it's harder now because of COVID. So we really need to make sure that our community knows what's going on, so we could get more voters to raise their vote, to raise their voice with their vote and come out and vote on this runoff. Many people do not know that there's a runoff, and many people do not know what is a runoff. I'm pretty sure that's why they don't vote.
Thank you.
Next person I'm going to attempt to call is Emma Acosta, placing the call. Hi, Emma. Can you dial *6, please, to unmute yourself?
This is still Maite. Do I hang up?
Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Emma, if you're there, can you dial *6, please? Hi, Emma, can you dial *6 to unmute yourself? There's a mute problem with her phone call. I'm going to try Carol Wallace one more time. Hi, Carol. Can you dial *6 again to unmute yourself? Lisa, I'm going to have to keep muting you. We keep getting feedback. There seems to be some technical glitch, Judge, with their phone calls. It keeps going to mute.
Okay, let's. Yes, one more person, or
I called the last two, and there's a mute problem with their phone calls.
Oh, both. Okay.
Judge, I do have a letter that we received from a constituent asking to be read for this item. If you'll allow me a moment to go ahead and read that in for you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Caesar.
Just 1 second. Let me go ahead and pull this up one more time. Okay. Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. Thank you for your service and leadership to our community. For the record, my name is Dora Oaxaca, El Paso County Democratic Party Chair-elect, and thank you for the opportunity to address you on item 4E, regarding the early voting stations for the July 2020 primary runoff election. I will start by acknowledging and thanking Ms. Lisa Wise, Elections Administrator for the County of El Paso, for her tireless and dedicated work to finding and helping secure early voting locations during these trying times of COVID-19. As a result of COVID-19, a few locations were replaced for the July runoff election. However, the majority of the sites presented to you are the same locations made available to voters on the March 3rd primary election. I ask that you support the proposed list presented by Ms. Wise. In addition, the item presented before you will keep consistency on where voters can cast their votes and avoid the likelihood of confusing voters. By moving the traditional locations, it would suppress the vote because it would disproportionately affect voters that are used to voting at these early voting sites. Overall, the list presented to you provide the public a familiar, safe, and accessible voting locations. Again, I respectfully ask for your support to approve item 4E. Sincerely, Dora Oaxaca, El Paso County Democratic Party Chair-elect.
Well, thank you, Ms. Oaxaca, for that letter. And do we have anybody else? Caesar, are you still having technical difficulties?
Yes, Judge. There's technical difficulties. The persons have hung up.
Okay. Were we going to hear from Lisa? Are you going to comment on this item?
Yeah, I'm ready. I just wasn't sure if you wanted me to go yet or wait for the public comment.
No, we'll go ahead and with you, Lisa, and then we'll come back to if necessary.
Sure. So good morning, judges, commissioners, Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. Today, we presented the list for the early voting sites for the July 2020 runoff election. This was actually a very collaborative effort. Normally, the election sites would be the same as we have in the primary. The runoff, we recommend to change as few sites as possible. Unfortunately, since the March the March primary, many things have changed with the pandemic, including the date of the election. And therefore, a lot of sites were unwilling to commit to us using them for the runoff election. We started to look for many other sites. We contacted several other entities, and we actually got a lot of positive response from the community on other entities saying, hey, if you need to, you can use our sites. And we really do appreciate that. However, last week, the majority of our sites that we were needing to replace were city-owned sites, rec centers, libraries, those things. And last week, the city graciously agreed to let us use those sites now, let us back into utilizing those sites. And I'm very thankful to them because, again, we were looking to replace 10, 11 sites that people are used to using, public buildings that are already ADA compliant, that already have parking, that people have a tradition of voting at. So this list presented to you has one change, which is the Patriot Rehabilitation Center. It's an assisted living facility, and obviously we're not going to be using assisted living facilities for this election because of the at-risk population that resides there. So that's the list that's in front of you. There's only one change to that. A couple things I just want to touch up on that list, though, that some people mentioned was that we don't want to change locations, and I completely agree with that. Again, you have the discretion to approve the early voting sites. The election day sites for the runoff on a primary election are at the party leadership discretion. So although we have a pretty complete list here, the party will actually decide on those election day sites. That's not up to the court for this election. We will have 30 early voting sites instead of 31. Like I said, we did lose that one. We'll have several sites. 21 out of the 30 are open past 5 p.m. again. So we will have some that are open till 6 and open till 7. With the governor's proclamation extending the early voting dates for this election, we'll have 10 days rather than 5, which is what we normally have in a runoff election, as well as a Sunday of voting. Generally in the runoff election for the primary, it's Monday through Friday. This time with that extension, it also includes a Sunday voting where all of the locations will be open. The one change to the list that I did present to you that we're actually going to be using was UTEP. We are still on UTEP's campus. I did want to go on the record to let you know that they did switch us from the academic services building to the Memorial Gym, and the notices that we post online and in El Paso reflect that. So the one other thing I wanted to just also talk about real quick was getting the information out to voters. As soon as we have the sites confirmed, we will be doing press releases, we will be doing public notices, we will be doing everything we can to get that information out there. Again, we've been, I think, pretty active on our social media, talking about the precautions we're taking, talking about the questions on ballot by mail. But again, I understand not everyone does have access to the computer. Unfortunately, there's very little we can do face-to-face right now, but we will be reaching out, like I said, and publishing things in the paper as such about those sites. And finally, the last item I want to talk on is the precautions at the polling place. Again, we've also been putting that up on our social media, but we will be doing something with, I know the EP Times at least on that, and hopefully El Diario as well, on all the precautions we're taking, which is the marking of the 6 feet. We're going to have disposable styluses, so you shouldn't have to touch the voting machines. We're going to have disinfectants provided for voters as well as the poll workers. The poll workers will have masks and disinfectant face shields. We will have wipes to wipe down anything that is touched, and the poll workers are told to, after basically every touch, to disinfect. So if you do touch something, then you disinfect, touch, disinfect. We should have enough sanitizer at all locations for voters' use, but again, if they have their own personal one they want to bring, that's fine. And we will have limited disposable face masks at the locations for voters as well. I do believe most people have their own masks now, but if they don't, they're welcome to use them at our sites. So we have been working on all of those items, and we will be making sure that we get that out in the public as much as we can with the written media and news media on the television as soon as we can.
Lisa, thank you very much. There's so many things that COVID-19 has sort of rearranged in our lives, but this one is so critical and things have to keep going. And I do want to thank you for just the comments that I've received on your openness and willingness to hear and listen to everybody and try to make the accommodations that are necessary. So, I do thank you for all that work. It's just amazing what has to happen to be able to have the right voting opportunities, and then having such a big challenge. And as it was referred to earlier, it's not getting better for us. The numbers are going up. There's still some challenges, and being able to do that in the midst of all this. And so I want to thank you for your hard work and just the feedback that we received about your openness and willingness to hear everyone out.
Thank you. And honestly, that's definitely a team effort. Like I said, this list is a collaboration of many people trying to figure out how we could provide places to the voter with as little adjustment as possible. The last thing that I do remember Judge Strathman mentioned was the electioneering, and again, that's something that's would have to be done through some sort of legal action, and I think the county attorney might speak to that. Otherwise, that's what I have for you, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Joanne. Bernal, would you please? You have some additional comments for us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Joanne Bernal, County Attorney. I just want to follow up in response to Judge Strathman's question and comment, and let the court know that this issue on prohibiting electioneering has been raised with my office. We've discussed it briefly with Lisa. It was raised by a member of the court, and we are researching right now the ability for the county judge to lawfully enter such an order. We hope to have an answer by next week, and we'll of course go to Lisa first and the county judge, and we will report back next week. But I've got to say that this is a delicate balance between the First Amendment rights of the people who are electioneering, and of course the paramount health and safety of the voters that are there. So we expect to report back to you by next week.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yes, sir.
Judge, did you want me to try calling back? I did reach out through another number and inform them of the situation about unmuting themselves. You want me to try calling?
Just go ahead and try. We want everybody to have a fair chance at speaking, and then if not, we'll just move forward.
An attempt to call Emma Acosta again. Hi, Emma. Just as I had mentioned before, if you could dial *6, please. You try it one more time.
Okay.
There.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can address the Commissioner's
Good.
Court.
Thank you, Emma. You're on.
Am I on?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you are, huh?
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. We technical difficulties, I guess, this morning. Judge and Commissioners Court, first I want to thank you for holding meetings during this very difficult time. You've had many powerful resolutions this morning. I do want to thank Commissioner Leon for his many years of service to the police department, and he began changes by community policing and initiating El Paso Pride Day. He's also a member of the Eastside Democrats, as is Commissioner Perez. Today, I want to address the concerns of the Eastside Democrats. We are an organization of almost 200 members, and we focus primarily on issues concerning the East Side, but also overall issues concerning all of El Paso. I did send you a letter, but I will not read the entire letter. In a nutshell, we want to make sure that we have enough early voting sites in East El Paso, which is the fastest growing area of El Paso. There are still some of the sites that were not, implemented, which is Gary del Palacio and Marty Robbins Center, as well as the Esperanza Acosta Library. And I realize that because of COVID-19, that many of these centers are closed, but voters are used to going to certain areas or certain voting sites, and we're hoping that this does not suppress the voter turnout. So with that, we also wanted to make sure that and I think Ms. Lisa Wise, who has been so diligent in acquiring these sites, these 30 sites for early voting, has already said that they were going to be having enough safety measures such as face masks for employees and the voters, hand sanitizer. We want to make sure that the social distancing is also implemented as well. But we also want to make sure that one thing that you didn't touch on was curbside voting. There are individuals that go to the voting locations or are driven by someone, but simply do not want to go inside. So I did want to address that and make sure that curbside voting is also part of the early voting, now that we're going to have 10 days. So I want to thank you. That's about it in a nutshell. I do want to say that the Eastside Democrat meetings, the last 2 meetings, have been devoted to nothing but early voting and voting in itself and the safety measures and the voting locations. So with that, I will send back a response to our 200 members to make sure they know that you have addressed the issue that has been of concern to them. So Judge and Commissioners, thank you so much for listening to me this morning. I appreciate it. We appreciate your work and your dedication to this community. Thank you so much.
Representative Acosta, thank you so much for your words and also for your service. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next person we're going to try to call
Have a great
is Carol Wallace.
You too.
Carol, if you can dial *6, please. Okay, Carol, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carol Wallace.
Go ahead, Ms. Wallace.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners and County Judge. Thank you for accepting this call. My name is Carol Wallace. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of El Paso. And we are very, very committed, our organization, to voting rights for all. I think you've addressed some of this, and I know I kept on getting dropped. My phone, I don't know if it's Verizon or the towers or what, but the main reason I'm calling is because of the number of voting sites. Is there sufficient voting sites, especially in the Segundo Barrio? I know that they closed one of the sites there, and constituents would have to cross Paisano, which is a very dangerous highway. That's one of our main concerns. I just heard Emma Costa talking about the east side. Also, our organization, because of the COVID-19, is it possible to extend voting hours for early voting? And I would also like to thank Lisa Weiss, the Elections Department Administrator, for all her work that she's done. I know that El Paso County was one of the on the lawsuit for vote by mail, and so I would just like an update on that and what we tell our members to vote by mail. Right now, I know it's still in the courts, but is El Paso, is it only those 65 and older and those with disabilities? Thank you.
Ms. Wallace, thank you so much for your words, but also for your amazing long history of helping with the voting process. We all appreciate it.
Thank you.
The final.
We have tremendous members.
The final.
Yes, you do.
Final person we're going to call is Maureen Meyer. Placing the call.
Okay, is that all?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I can hang up now?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Hello, Maureen Meyer. If you can please dial *6 to unmute yourself. You dial *6, please, Ms. Meyer. Looks like we have a problem with this one, Judge.
Okay. Lisa, are you okay addressing, I think there's a couple of questions from Ms. Wallace?
Yes, I'm happy to address this.
Thank you.
Sure. So a couple things. First, one of the comments that Representative Acosta made, which was regarding the Marty Robbins Center and regarding Esperanza and Carolina, those are now included in the list of sites that we are going to be able to use. So the east side sites that we thought we would lose with the city being able to host us, those have now been replaced, with the exception of the Gary del Palacio, which we have only used during early voting as a mobile. And so that kind of goes into one of the things that Ms. Wallace was addressing, which is that some of the sites and that we've used in the past have been unable to host us for the entire early voting period. So in exchange for that, they've had us vote there for 1, maybe 2 days. The legislature this last session in 2019 passed legislation that now does not allow for that, for mobile voting. If we utilize your site, we need to utilize it the entire time. I know that is making its way through the courts right now. However, because of that, if that doesn't change for the November election, we will be adding several early voting sites where some of our mobiles were that now sites are saying, well, if we have to host you the whole time, we will try to figure out a way to do that. And these sites, they're also community centers. So by hosting us in their room for 10 days, a lot of times they lose use of that. So that's the discussion they have to have on their own side of that. But that's Gary Del Palacio is one of those examples. I assume La Fe is the one Ms. Wallace is referring to. Down in Segundo, we will be working on getting those locations recovered and replaced for November. The final point that that Rep. Acosta brought up was the curbside. And curbside, although not utilized very often in El Paso County, is something we will be covering in the training for the July runoff, because we believe it will be utilized more. And basically what the curbside is going to do is we are going to have one of the representatives who are working at the sites monitoring the curbside, making sure that if someone comes up and wants to vote curbside, then 2 people will go get a ballot, bring it to the voter. The voter fills out the ballot, signs the oath, turns it in, and then 2 people walk the ballot back into the ballot box. And that's the process that we've utilized. That's what the process the law lays out for that process. Now, come November, when we're going to have probably a much higher turnout, there may be a similar process, but something almost like actual parking spots, where we devote 5 to 10 spots for curbside, have people check in, and then we're bringing them ballots as needed, or they're waiting in their car, depending on what the 6 feet rule is actually inside the polling sites at that location. But we will be covering curbside in our training. The mobile voting, like I said, is currently not allowed by law, but there's a case going through the courts on that. Similar process with what Ms. Wallace asked about the ballot by mail, which is that the case is still working through. Our office has not changed our policy at all since this started, which is that we take ballot by mail applications, and if they're filled out according to law, we send ballots. That's the same process we've been doing. None of these cases have really affected that. If you're under 65 and you've marked that, and the rest of the ballots filled out, or the request is filled out, we'll send you a ballot. If you've marked disability and the rest of the ballots filled out, we'll send you a ballot. That has not changed how we process in our office. Hopefully by November, we'll have, I guess, a clear direction on what the final court case is. But for now, we're processing requests as we have in the past.
Thank you, Lisa.
Judge, we can try Maureen Meyer one more time. We're going to try something different, if that's all right.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Stand by. If you want to dial the number, please.
The number's been dialed, Miguel. Ms. Meyer, if you'll press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, Ms. Meyer. Can you please dial *6 to unmute yourself?
Okay, Miguel, we're gonna need to move on.
Okay.
Thank you. Caesar?
She just unmuted herself.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Ms. Meyer?
Ms. Meyer, can you hear us?
Okay. Looks like we're still having.
Okay, Miguel.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Caesar, we need to move forward.
Do we have a motion for this item?
I wanted to say
Commissioner Leon, I think, first, and or Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Leon, did you have a comment?
No, it's Commissioner.
I think it was Commissioner Perez first.
Oh, Commissioner Perez, go ahead.
Good. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Wise. When the court appropriated the additional funding for our from the CARES Act to maintain the safety of the voting locations, it was before the governor had extended the length of time for early voting. Is that something that your office is looking into? Was that amount of funding that was allocated still sufficient to keep the voting locations safe for the extended early voting period?
Thank you. So Commissioner Perez, yeah, you're right. When we were doing that, we had 5 days of early voting. Since then, we have been made aware of some more federal funding that's actually just being disseminated by the state. So next week, we will come to you with a grant request for it's a little over $700,000 that we're going to be getting from the federal government under the CARES money for making sure that the sites are safe. And I think with that money, there's also 2 other grants that we'll be bringing forth for in that same amount of time. I do believe that we will be covered with that additional money.
Okay. And even though the parties control the election day sites, were there any major changes with those sites?
Actually, I'm still waiting on a final. The only thing we're waiting on is that when the city agreed to let us use the sites last week, they are now doing a final review on which sites, if they do want to take the city up or not. So that's one of the only thing we're waiting on. At most, I would say maybe 4 or 5 of the city sites, but again, that's up to them, and I won't know till they give me the final confirmation today. But we did consolidate, I believe, 4 assisted living facilities that either told us early on they wouldn't be able to host us, or just best practices have said do not use those for this election. But that list should be finalized today. We're required to send it to the Secretary of State's office today for them to post, and I'll forward it on to you guys once they send me their final list.
And then on the backup, a lot of the sites that are still the similar sites say TBD, I guess, in terms of which room to be used. I guess you all are looking at which space might have or might allow for social distancing better than what was previously at that voting location.
Right. So there's 2 things we're trying to utilize with these sites, and they may be different rooms than we've had in the past because a lot of the schools now we can actually use bigger rooms. So trying to get into the largest room possible that's closest to entry to the building. It also has an egress and an entry so that you can go in and not have to come back out the same door. That's our wish list. I don't, not every site is going to have that available, but that's what we're working on getting from them right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Judge.
Commissioner Stout.
Judge, thank you. I just wanted to thank Ms. Wise for the work that she did. 2 weeks ago, the city sites were not on the list for the early voting, and when my office reached out to her, she worked very quickly, and I also with city staff to try to get those sites back on the list. And I also want to thank Representative Anello and Representative Hernandez for working at the city behind the scenes, over the last couple of weeks to try and get those sites back. So just wanted to say thank you to those folks, and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
So I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye, and of course, thanks to the city staff as well, not just the reps, the city staff as well. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Also want to thank the city for their effort. It's a very complicated matter, and getting back to what at least a semblance of how it used to be is very good for our community. So, aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Lisa, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Caesar.
This brings us back to item number 4B from the consent agenda. Approve and authorize the acceptance of the grant award for the Animal Welfare Department from Maddie's Fund Board of Directors for the Pet Foster Care Stimulus in the amount of $2,000 with no cash match required. Contract number 2020-0433.
Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, I'd ask to pull this from the agenda because I was wondering if any of this funding could be used to help with the situation with the ducks at Ascarate. It's been brought to my attention again that we're having issues with domesticated ducks at being dropped off at the park and possibly not being fed and so I know that we've been contacted by the Stickhouse Sanctuary about the issue and some other concerned constituents like Bertha Gallardo, and I just wanted to see if any of this grant funding could be used possibly to help with that issue, and so I make that suggestion.
Thank you, Betsy. You want to address that?
Yes, sir. We actually have Lorelei Combs on the line who can explain what the grant, when we applied for it, and what the funding is intended for. Lorelei, can you address whether any of it can be used for this particular issue that I know you're also working on separately?
Lorelei?
Hi, can you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, thank you for bringing up that issue. This grant, however, was awarded to us in support of the COVID-19 issues that we're having, and that animal shelters across the nation have been closed now to intaking healthy pets. So when our community members, our pet-loving community members come to us with a healthy pet that they've found, we can now offer medical support, food, training, vaccinations, microchipping, so these people can actually foster these pets in their home as we start to place them out on social media and market them for hopes of adoption. Of course, we want to find their owner too. A lot of these pets, when they're lost, they're very close to home. But occasionally people do not pick up their pets. And so we want now, with this money that we're so grateful to have received, we're able to offer medical, vaccines, everything they need to keep this pet in their home, because we don't want to take these healthy pets to the animal shelter now.
Thank you, Lorelei.
You're welcome.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. I'll go ahead and move to approve, and then I'd like to have a conversation offline with y'all as well. So I'll go ahead and move to approve. Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to item number 7 from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding establishing a grant program for CARES Act funding for municipalities under 500,000.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. I wanted to bring this item forward based on discussions I've heard the court having over the last several weeks. So as you know, we received over $27.4 million in CARES Act funding. And while the state has received over $11 billion, Governor Abbott has announced that that funding will not be shared with municipalities under 500,000 that are in a county that received CARES Act funding, like El Paso County. So the county has budgeted to spend our CARES Act funding in a manner to benefit all of those who live in El Paso County. This includes funding for the Opportunity Center and the Overflow Homeless Shelter, small business economic assistance, direct financial assistance, elections cost increases, senior meal programs, rent and mortgage assistance, and increases for various public health responses due to COVID-19. When you calculate the budget that we have so far for area municipalities on a per capita basis, the budget that the court's created, it currently totals $77.33 for the communities under 500,000. However, these communities have direct expenses that they are incurring directly related to COVID-19, which would qualify for use of CARES Act funding, including PPE, technology needs for remote services, cleaning and sanitizing, thermometers and screening supplies, plexiglass, and other facility modifications, among other needs that they may have. Each municipality was asked to submit a proposed budget of their needs through the rural mayor's meeting with Judge Samaniego. And out of the 2 budget proposals we've received to date, the expenses would be covered and additional expenses could be submitted as well if the court were to allocate $15 per person on a reimbursable grant basis. This is, at the time that I prepared the agenda item, this was 3 times greater than the highest request we had received per capita from any of the communities. Again, we'd only received requests from 2 of the communities, but if the court authorized this item today, we would work with each of our smaller municipalities to submit their request. After I prepared the agenda item on Friday, we did get a letter. I received a copy of it this morning from Socorro, requesting that we allocate, similar to what the governor did at a statewide level, allocate $55 per person. The governor's approach was he provided 20% of that up front and the rest would have to be on a reimbursable basis. The reason why the county, I'm not proposing that the county approach it the same way, is in our case, we're liable for those expenses and how they're expended. So if someone accidentally spent those dollars on something not allowed, we would be on the hook to pay those dollars back after the closing date. So the way I'm proposing is that we set up a reimbursable grant where each municipality would submit their expenses and then be reimbursed for those expenses from their allocation. Additionally, by approving this program, it will not prevent the court from increasing the allocation in the future as reimbursements requests show the need or at any point you want to change the allocation. I started off with a proposal of $15 per capita. The court could modify that amount if you'd like. As you can see at that rate, it comes up to just a little over $1 million for the communities in our county. But again, based on the budgets that the 2 municipalities, which was the city of Socorro and the village of Benton, submitted, this is significantly more than the expenses that they submitted to us. What I looked for was allowing, at the time that these were submitted, I don't know if we realized how long this may go on or if there were other expenses that they might incur that they had not encountered yet. And also to allow them some additional space if there's other programs or some additional room within the funding if there's additional programs that they need in their community. And so to be reimbursed, they would enter an agreement with us that we would work through with legal on that they would basically be in compliance with standards applicable to the CARES Act and the grant management standards the county's required to comply with. And then a copy of the U.S. Treasury guidance was attached in the agenda item. We'd also attach that to the agreement. And the county has to completely expend the funds by the end of December. So we would ask that each county or each municipality submit their request no later than December 1st to allow time for any documentation or corrections to be made, reviewed, and processed for your claims approval. And then we would allow them to submit monthly until they reach their maximum allocation. And we would work with them to make sure that they're aware of how they can participate in the program, if this item is approved today. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Betsy, I just want to thank you. It's been a difficult process. I want to thank you for joining us every week with the rural mayors, and also the attitude of, you know, what is it that we need to do for everyone concerned. And the rural mayors have expressed, you know, there's a lot of challenges that we don't know about because of limited resources, but they've been extremely cooperative and trying to understand the process. And I know it's taken a lot of work from you and your team to get it to this point. So thank you for that thoughtful process that allows us to understand some of the needs that we have out in our rural areas.
Thank you, sir. I think we all, we know that we're better served together.
Thank you, Betsy. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Betsy, just a quick question. Rio Grande Council of Governments, you show it as 1.8 million. Is that they would administer these funds?
No, sir. That's a different, in my agenda item, I mentioned that we are also trying to secure some additional funding. Next week, we'll be bringing forward an agenda item to apply for some additional funding through Rio Grande COG. This is called Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding, often referred to, it's being referred to as by the acronym CESF funding. What Rio Grande COG has made us aware of is that the best approach to this is a regional approach. And the COG district includes our county and 5 other counties. So they're encouraging that all of us go together to apply for those funds. It's not a mandate from what I understand, but it does help the application if we work together. And so we're looking to also apply for those fundings. The judge spoke to the mayor about this last week. We're asking that the city consider allowing the county to apply for those funds and that they be used for the smaller municipalities.
Okay, so that's 2 separate asks, 2 separate buckets. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, just to let you know, we do have 3 persons signed up for public comment. I did reach out offline to inform them of the mute situation, so they're aware of unmuting themselves. If you want me to
And this is for the previous item?
No, this is for this item. Public comment on this item.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Go ahead. We want to hear from them.
The first one I'm going to reach out to is Renee Rodriguez. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, we want to dial *6.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you want to address the court.
Amor.
Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez. Can you dial
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a couple.
You dial *6 one more time. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item, Judge. And I don't know where to begin. I see your proposal. I have a couple of issues. How much time, before I start my time, how much time do I have to speak?
5 minutes.
5 minutes,
Hello?
Representative?
5 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. I see your proposal, population of 71,610. You're allocating 1,074,165. If I do my calculations, like I grab Governor Greg Abbott did at 55 per capita, you're short by about $3 million. Actually, like 2.9, because the total should be about $3.9 million. You want to give Horizon 294,000, and in my calculations as per capita, Horizon should be allocated 920,000. Socorro, the city of Socorro, you want to give us 500,000, we should be allocated $1.9 million. I sent that letter out on Friday, the 29th, not this past Friday, for your information. So somebody's dropping the ball. You guys should have been well aware, because I received a call from county about just that letter. So I don't know if you're getting the correct information on that, but you did receive that letter 2 Fridays ago that we were asking for $1.9 million. Greg Abbott sent out a letter stating that it was $55 per capita, and we're just asking for our fair share. Who better to say and allocate that funding than the small municipalities that didn't get funding, that understand the needs of our municipalities? Second, let me see. Oh my God, I got locked out. Anyways, so Greg Abbott gave an order, stipulated how that funding is. We know how we're going to use that funding, because we understand. When the judge has his meetings, his weekly meetings with our mayors, some of our mayors don't notify, or at least my mayor doesn't notify the rest of the council of what's going on, and therefore we're out of the loop. I just want to stress that out as well. All we're asking is, we know what we need to use that funding for. You, the county, are using our money to do all of the rest of the county's functions. But I would want to know is, we're not notified, or we're not getting our input on how you're going to address that portion in our respective areas. As for testing, things of that nature. I know that you guys are addressing the county as for residential help, but yet we didn't receive any notifications to see if you're going to help our residents in helping them with their rent issues as well. As far as giving money out for businesses, how many of my residents in Socorro receive funding? You know, those are things that we don't know, that the county doesn't help give us any information on. So how are you using that funding, and yet you're not notifying the small municipalities on how you're going to help our residents, given the fact that you were giving our portion of the money, and then you're using it to see fit on how you guys want to use it without our input? Those are issues that I have. You know, all I'm asking is, we want our funding because we need it. We don't know how much money we're going to be able to use, but we have things in place to make sure that we are abiding by all the regulations that money has. All we're asking is, collaborate with us. Let us know what that money is going to be used for. And we need to have and have the ability to put our input in this as well. So if we're not going to get our whole funding that we requested, because Greg Abbott already gave guidance on, you know, I understand that you come out on TV all the time saying that, oh, we have to abide by the guidelines, and yet we don't want to abide by these guidelines, and you guys want to set $15 instead of $55 when the guidelines were already put in place. So we just want to cherry pick what we want to do. I think I have an issue with that. So, excuse me?
The speaker has completed his time. 5 minutes has elapsed.
Okay. I already said my piece.
Representative, I want to thank you for your comments, and
Oh, what happened to his audio?
On Friday, I was not aware that I was where you weren't attending. I know you've attended some of them, so just want to make sure that you do know that this is not just for the mayors, but for their council and for their staff, just to make sure. Betsy, there's several things that Representative Rodriguez discussed. Were you able to take some notes and maybe discern some of the things just to make sure that some of the comments are accurate as far as we're concerned, or the guidelines and so forth? Can you help us with that, Betsy?
Yes, sir. There's no requirement under the CARES Act funding that the county distribute it at all. The governor has chosen to distribute it in that manner, and he has chosen to distribute it at $55 per capita. The first 20%, which is $11 per person, he is issuing to small municipalities under 500,000 in counties that did not get a direct issuance of funding. The rest of it has to be done on they have to submit their expenses for it's my understanding they have to submit expenses for anything above that 20%. As far as the receipt of the letter, I received it this morning. I received it via email from my office this morning. As far as their input on items, I believe every item that the court has discussed regarding CARES Act funding and its use, you have done publicly. I know you've done it publicly. We brought a budget and that was presented publicly. We'd be happy to, I know the court is always happy to receive input and consideration from our municipalities. As a matter of fact, it was your discussions, and Commissioner Pettis has made mention of this before as well, to look to see what we could do to help other municipalities with their CARES Act expenses as well.
Thank you, Betsy. And maybe if you could direct call to Representative Rodriguez and also maybe on this coming Friday, maybe some clarification, because I know there were some comments made that I wasn't sure were accurate, and I just want to make sure that we do have some accuracy in the comments that are made, especially we have gone out publicly. We are telling people what we can and cannot do and so forth. Just want to make sure that there's not a misunderstanding, that we haven't made a very reasonable effort to stay in communication and have these discussions, especially on Friday. We concentrate tremendously on those discussions. So just want to make sure that that's clear. Commissioner Pettis, did you have a comment?
Yes, Judge, thank you. This was something that we raised early on when we first got the CARES Act funding. Was something that I had mentioned was if there in Socorro, Horizon, Sonelli, Clint, and the other municipalities on the western part of the county were factored into the county's allotment. That's something that we need to take into consideration. I saw in the backup that it is true that El Paso County is providing COVID-19 related services or expenses county-wide, such as the elections department, but we're not taking that out of the city of El Paso's allotment of funding. So it's sort of like what we're asking of the smaller municipalities is not the same that we're asking of the city of El Paso. And this is why I've emphasized when it comes to funding for El Pasoans fighting hunger, when it comes to the small business administration things have to be allocated 18% to 82%. It's unfortunate that the federal government allocated the funding this way, where they prioritized municipalities over 500,000, and then counties got the leftover share. But the small municipalities that are in these counties, such as ours, are the only ones in the state of Texas that are dependent on counties for their funding for COVID-19. There's over 1,100 cities in Texas that are getting a direct allotment from the state of Texas. And I've always believed in incorporation. There's a mayor and a council that are also equipped to make decisions for their immediate residents. it's not the ideal situation in a pandemic because, these cities and municipality or the smaller municipalities are going to have to work with OEM when it comes to testing sites. They're going to have to acquire additional testing for their residents. They're going to have to identify additional testing sites for their residents. But that's why they were incorporated. It's unfortunate again that the funding was distributed this way, but I think there should just be a fair one-time allotment, and how they spend it is up to them. Whether they spend it on PPE, whether they spend it on economic development programs, or whether they spend it on testing, that's up to them. I think for us to say that we're spending the money in a way for them, it's inconsistent with what we're doing with the city of El Paso, and we have also no way of tracking how much money, when it comes to senior meals, when it comes to the election allotment that's going to those cities, of how much it is that's going, is it proportionate to their population? Unless I'm wrong about that, Betsy, but I think that a fairer way is just to have that allotment. Perhaps we can come into some interlocal agreement where we work out the legalities, where if they don't spend it in a way that's consistent with the law, then that's going to have to be repaid. But this is the whole point of incorporation. But I see that there's like two different standards for the city of El Paso and one for the small municipalities, recognizing that, El Paso did get its funding directly from the federal government. But again, it's unfortunate that this is how they chose to disperse the funding.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The next person we have, Judge, is Ruben Mendoza. He's on the line already. I believe you're unmuted, Mr. Mendoza.
Is that
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Mendoza?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Mayor.
And, thank you, Judge. Yes, sir. This is Mayor Ruben Mendoza from Horizon City. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the Commissioner's Court. And I just want to say that, the percentage that is roughly a third that the communities, Horizon City is getting. I don't speak for anyone else, just for Horizon City, but it's roughly a third of 2/3 of what the county has. And this may be a moot point, but in that the county is not obligated to distribute any funds to the municipality. I believe that's what I heard. But I would like to petition the court if they would consider a higher percentage for the municipalities. We have experts that are very good at handling money and all those things, and that's why they're there. As of now, we're paying as we go along. We're incurring a lot of costs, and I would like to petition the court for a higher percentage, if to let us decide those decisions that need to be, or decide how we're going to spend these funds, and if we're abusive in that kind of, well, we understand that we'll have to pay, but or pay back any funding. But we would like the opportunity to take these funds and direct them where we best see the need, since we're right there in the mix as most in direct in the direct vicinity of and with our community, and how to best allot these funds. But that would be my petition to the court, is to allow us a higher percentage. Thank you for your time, Judge.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your words, and thank you for your participation and some of the great things there in Horizon that are taking place. So totally understand your interest and concern. Go ahead, Betsy, was there anything that you need to clarify from the comments or?
No, sir.
The next person we have is Maya Sanchez. If you can dial *6, Maya.
I did.
Okay,
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you now. You can address the court.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is Maya Sanchez with the City of San Luis Barrio. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak on this matter. I too, unfortunately, joined the Friday meeting later and was not aware that a budget was asked. I now attend them regularly, so I will make sure that we submit something, as soon as we can, as soon as we have an idea. But I do see that our allocation, I personally feel will more than cover our expenses. However, I did have some concerns, some of which mimic Representative Rodriguez's. But more importantly, I'm not, Betsy did a great job of explaining how the number, the $15 per person came about versus the $55 per person. So I'm not arguing that point. I think my only question is, two questions is, if for some reason any of these municipalities submit funding that exceeds what the county has allocated, is there any buffer that, and it's justified, is there any buffer that would allow anything that exceeds these current numbers to also be covered? So that's my first question. And secondly, I too, unfortunately, have not kept on top of the budget that was proposed that did identify the priority areas. So if there is any way in which I can be directed to where that budget exists, just so I can have a better understanding of how each of these different areas will be receiving funding. Because I would assume, I'm going to stay positive here, that within that rent and mortgage assistance, I would assume would include, like Commissioner Bettis has said, would include some of our constituencies that need some of that funding. It's not going to hopefully fully be reliant upon us municipalities, but since this is a countywide program, they might have access to those opportunities as well. Lastly, I do want to echo what Commissioner Bettis just mentioned. I did receive a phone call early on, and I know he reached out to our mayor as well when this funding was first put in place. So we were able to have a productive conversation about it, and I just wanted to make note of that it's not overlooked, and it was much appreciated. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez, and thank you for your service. Betsy?
Yes, sir. So nothing would prevent the county from giving additional funding now or in the future, and nothing would restrict you from considering if there's an extenuating circumstance. Also, as far as the budget that the court originally established for the COVID-19 CARES Act funding, from the $27.4 million, I could go through each category. When I ran my calculation of $77.33 per capita, it did not include the reserve that the county set aside for a second wave, but it did include, and I did take out things that we did that included the city of El Paso. So some of the expenses in the CARES Act includes things that we have done for the jail, the nutrition center, the courthouse, where all county-wide residents and all county municipalities use the services. I distributed that out amongst all of the other municipalities and the county unincorporated area on a per capita basis. PPE for the medical examiners is an example that all, and the improvements we had to make to the medical examiner's office is something that's done for a county-wide approach. We have set aside the $1 million for the business economic recovery. Again, that was done county-wide, and so I applied it county-wide. Areas that I only applied to the unincorporated and the smaller municipalities are the financial assistance that the court recently approved, because you specifically designated that go specifically to county residents outside the city of El Paso. You also mentioned that for the additional funding for the food bank, so I applied it only across the unincorporated and the municipalities. Same with the written mortgage assistance, that's being applied to those municipalities. I'm not I may be misunderstanding. I didn't understand if Commissioner Pettis, if you were talking about a separate program or carving them out from our program, but currently the way the funding is budgeted, we have it and the program is being set up is specific to all county residents outside of the city of El Paso. The homeless intervention funding, I applied both to city and county municipalities, city of El Paso and other county municipalities. Elections, I applied countywide. The broadband match, which I don't know that we're going to be able to use CARES Act funding for. It was for expanding broadband to our rural municipalities. So I only applied it to our rural municipalities. And then the testing, public education, and supply budget, I only applied it at this point to our rural municipalities because the city will be paying or has been funding its own testing. But however the court wants to structure this, and I suggested it be a reimbursable grant. That's based on webinars we've listened to, based on information we've received about the county being liable. So whereas if another municipality signs an agreement and then misappropriates the funds accidentally, we will have to pay back if in an audit it's found that we have a payment that's not allowed, we will have to pay it back. I don't know if what the timelines on that payback will be, but it's definitely something if the court doesn't want to do it on a reimbursement basis and wants to give the allocation up front, we definitely can set it up that way. We just want you to be aware of that situation.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge, if I may.
Commissioner Pettis, go ahead.
I mean, and Betsy, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, when we first set the budget, speaking for myself, I mean, I was under the impression that the governor had yet to allocate the amount of funding for smaller municipalities throughout Texas. And I was under the impression that, and perhaps it could have been incorrectly, that the smaller municipalities were going to get an allocation from the state. So I was surprised to read the letter that Socorro had sent over, because I guess they did make a request with the state of Texas for their share of funding, and that's when the governor said, "No, go to your county. You know, you're one of those counties that the funding was already allocated." So that's just you know, something I think it is that I don't know how we rework it, but my concern is like regarding the stats and all the funds that have been allocated. You know, we may be allocating them in mind that it's, but are those services being utilized to that proportion? And it could be perhaps that the cities are probably in a better position to determine, you know, what programs work best in their communities and what don't. But I don't know if we have any stats so far on the economic assistance, the rental and mortgage assistance, you know, things like that, of how much, you know, has been utilized in these municipalities.
So right now we do not have statistics on that. We have just been setting up that program. So we do not have statistics at this point on how much is being used by zip code. If the court wanted us to instead allocate those funds to those municipalities in a pro rata basis, we could.
I think it's something worth considering, and then, but with the understanding that the municipalities are going to have, you know, that responsibility of, you know, ensuring when it comes to testing, when it comes to educational outreach, when it comes to economic stimulus, when it comes to any type of assistance, you know, that's on their municipality to provide, and our focus would then have to be exclusively on an unincorporated territory.
Judge, I've got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Pettis, since we voted for you to be part of that larger committee, would this be something that would fall into the subject arena that this committee could discuss?
It's possible. I mean, at this point, the committee is really evaluating when it comes to, like, let's say, for example, testing period. You know, they're looking at it more from the medical aspect of, given the limited resources in our community and in the state and in the nation, how are we going to go about testing now and in the future? Just generally as guidance for everybody. So whether that be for the city of El Paso or whether it be for the county, you know, how are they going to prioritize individuals, given the fact that we really can't test everybody multiple times, right? Is it somebody that's just going to be asymptomatic, somebody who's demonstrating symptoms, you know, things like that. So they're looking at it more from a medical point of view of you know, what procedures or recommendations could they provide to all municipalities as guidance generally. So, for example, if Socorro were in the event to, or Horizon or San Rosario to acquire their own tests, the task force recommendations would be applicable to everybody who is engaging in testing, whether it be a public sector, whether it be a city government testing site, whether it be a partnership with the school district, or whether it be the private sector. I think that they're looking at it from a medical point of view of what's the most responsible way to allocate resources in this environment where resources are scarce.
Okay, thanks. So I see it as a more narrow focused drive as opposed to including these kind of issues.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
I would agree. Thank you.
So, Judge, I mean, so I don't know, Betsy, I mean, if there could be perhaps, you know, maybe if the court so desires to give direction on some other per capita allocation, you know, that's closer to, you know, what the governor has provided for other municipalities. I guess it could perhaps be structured the same way, where part of it is some of it is upfront and the rest of it is grant. But I think as long as there's some parity with other small municipalities throughout the state of Texas, that's probably the fair way to go. You know, of the large 6 counties that got, I can't imagine Dallas County. I mean Dallas County has something like 150 municipalities, so I don't know what happens there. I've heard there's been some problems on how the county is allocating funding amongst the municipalities, but fortunately we don't have that problem. But I don't know if you've looked into how other counties are, because we are in the unique situation where we're just one of the 6 in the state of Texas, of how those other counties are going about providing that funding.
Betsy, and I agree with Commissioner Pettis. I think we have a lot more information and perspectives from people have called in. So I agree that I'd like to just, you know, maybe we could give you that directive to really take into consideration the comments, and then maybe come back and let us know, you know, from what you're doing and the comments, and maybe some more discussions with the municipalities that we could come up with something, you know, that we're all comfortable with. What are your thoughts on how to proceed, Betsy?
I would really appreciate some of that. What I would want to do is put on hold, if you're wanting to reconsider the programs that the court previously approved, the money to the food bank, the rent mortgage assistance, and the direct financial assistance, and taking the approach to allocate the funding to the municipalities and let them set those programs up. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't think that's, I don't think, well, in my opinion, I don't think it's like going back and reversing things, but, you know, just going forward, how are we going to approach and take into consideration what we've been hearing here? So I don't know if that's Commissioner Gillen Robinson, any comments to understand this a little bit better?
Yeah, my thoughts, Judge, is I'd rather not go back. We discussed this over a period of 2 or 3 weeks. We made some hard decisions there, and it's to the benefit of all these outlying municipalities because these groups of folks do live outside the city limits. So that's my opinion, that I'd rather leave it as we've already voted on.
And I agree, and these organizations have made some huge commitments based on our decisions. And, you know, from aligning personnel to everything they need to do to get ready for that. So anyone else? Commissioner Stout, any comments?
I agree with Commissioner Leon. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
And I'll ask Commissioner Robinson next. Commissioner Stout, then Commissioner Robinson, so we could go ahead.
I said what I needed to say. I said I agree with Commissioner Leon. I don't think we need to go back.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson.
At this point, I agree with Commissioner Leon as well, as far as not backtracking, but going forward, is there any consideration or any possibility of getting any additional funding from the state or the federal government?
Betsy, go ahead.
Okay, so right now there are additional bills that have been introduced. Indications are that some of them will not move forward, but we don't know how Congress will act or what will come out at this point. What I am hearing and what the court does have the ability to do, so leave the funding that you all have already allocated to certain programs, but look at other funding allocations directly to the smaller municipalities, not in a grant program, but as an upfront funding with an agreement that if their expenditures don't qualify under the CARES Act, they'll be obligated to pay the county back when the and then the county, of course, will be obligated to pay that funding back to the Treasury.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an amount
that
the court has?
Commissioner Leon said about, you know, a lot of the money that went, some of them we earmarked for the county. And so, you know, there is a distribution maybe indirectly that I think they need to understand as well. So I don't know, Commissioner Robinson, were you going to comment?
Yes, what I'm saying is what Betsy just made comment in regards as far as additional funding funding sources. If we have or if we receive any additional funding, I would like to think that we would take those Socorro and the other outlying areas in consideration in regards for those additional funding. But Betsy indicated about taking money out of what source were you talking about taking and reimbursing?
So if I look at what we've spent so far, and if I take into account the 3 programs we just talked about, give me just a second. You still have a significant amount of your CARES funding that you have not spent yet. We have an amount set aside for testing where once and public health and public education, where once we have some recommendation out of the task force and once we have the TDEM no longer doing testing out in the rural areas, we would have expended some of those funds for that purpose. You have that funding, you have that second wave funding. Those sources could be instead used to give direct allocations to these municipalities. You would also set aside in your budget some funding for other economic recovery programs. If you wanted to pull that funding and move it towards the municipalities, you could do that. And the funding for the census has not been expended yet. That is funding that would be beneficial citywide if you wanted to evaluate that, move that over. And again, that broadband funding, we may not be able to use CARES Act dollars for a grant there, so you would be able to use that funding as well.
Well, once again, as far as I'm not in agreement at this point in time to backtrack and take back money from things that we've made a commitment there too. But if there's any additional funding that we are not able to use or additional funding that we receive, I will say that we take serious consideration as far as allocating those funding to the outlying areas, Benton, Socorro, Anthony, as well as Horizon, Cravens, in those areas. But so that's my position on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge.
Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, I may have missed it, but I just wanted to point out it may be a good idea to understand what the municipalities actually need, and or what are they actually going to spend the money on. I mean, that information would be important for me. If we haven't gotten all of that information yet. And I generally agree with Commissioner Perez. I feel like as long as if we do something in the way of grants and I think that we just need to make sure that the recipients are liable for anything that may fail. That may fail the audit. Those I think that we need to. I'd like to understand a little bit more about kind of where they're planning on spending the money.
Yeah, one of the items that we addressed is the law enforcement component. Their overtime, their everything they've been doing because of the order, because of so many, the testing and the traffic. And so a big component that Betsy and I have talked about is the law enforcement component as to the money they spend in addressing some of these issues. But I don't know if that's the majority of the requests.
And the reason I say that is because there are I feel like some of the money that we have especially set aside for testing. I don't have a problem, going through the cities when it comes to that. But, I know that the city of El Paso is planning on providing not just looking at providing testing for businesses, but also PPE for businesses that are trying to open up under the the new orders that we have, and so that they are able to be in compliance with the orders when it comes to safety and protection of their clientele. And so I'm interested in providing some of the same type of support to businesses in the unincorporated areas or within Socorro or Horizon City or San Eli, or on the western side of the county as well. And so that's why I'm very curious as to kind of where they're looking at spending, so that we can either supplement that or complement that, or work together with them to roll out the best strategy.
Thank you, Commissioner. So thoughts, Betsy? How would you like to proceed, or what do you need from us?
So what I'm still hearing from the court is that there is some interest to give some allocation to the small municipalities, but you want to know what it would be used for. Is that correct?
Personally, it just, that's not something that's asked of us or the city of El Paso. The mayor and the city councils are held accountable to the people, just like we are. If they don't provide the adequate testing or adequate thing, given the proper levels of funding, then they need to be held accountable to their own voters. And I don't think it's our place to really judge or determine what's best for their own communities.
And
the reason I want to clarify. I mean, I understand that point, and I agree with that point, but there's also expenditures that we need to understand what, in my opinion, what they plan on spending it on, so that we're not held accountable for anything that they may not have spent correctly on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I think everything needs to fall squarely within the CARES Act and what's permissible, and that's why I think there needs to be some legal protection between the county and these municipalities, since we're in the unusual position of allocating the funding, right? The only two entities that have done that have been the federal government to the large cities and the counties, and the state of Texas to the smaller municipalities throughout Texas. So we certainly need to have that legal protection, but aside from that, I think it's, the communities need to decide what's best for their own municipality.
Right. They all have different needs.
Yeah.
Judge, commissioners, so I believe we could draw up the legal arrangements allocating the funding and asking, requiring that they be within compliance with CARES Act, and that if anything is used not in compliance with CARES Act, that they would have to reimburse the county, who would then have to reimburse the Treasury. Also, we would have to, spell out that it must be in compliance with the areas outlined in the CARES Act. Out of the two communities that did submit budgets, it's for similar things that the county is using the funding for: PPE, facility modifications, sanitation of buildings, public areas, supplies, a lot of similar expenses that the courthouse and our locations have experienced as well. There was discussion about one municipality was considering using the funding, or they at least inquired if they could use the funding to pay hazard pay to some of their employees, which that is allowed under the CARES Act. So those are some of the types of expenses I know that the municipalities either submitted or mentioned that they would consider when we spoke with them. What I would need from the court is what you want me to take into consideration in suggesting a formula. Right now, I took into consideration the expenses that the county had either undertaken or were proposing to undertake on a county-wide basis. I can remove some of those that are not necessarily either have not been spent or, for example, the 3 programs that you all mentioned that you want us to continue with. I could back those out of the formula, and then everything else that we haven't expended or let those be divvied up on a per capita basis, or if you have a set amount in mind that you'd like to see us allocate per capita, we'd be happy to bring that forward.
Christina, were you going to comment on something? I saw you.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say that in terms of the structure of the agreement, and it's really, again, what I've mentioned before in some of the past meetings, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, it's just on the accountability piece, and it's not, again, to create any obstacles or barriers for any either organizations or even the municipalities to receive, of course, the funding that they need. It's to ensure that those protections are in place for the county. And so all I was going to add is, so the way that these can be structured is in one and two ways. One is if, and I'm not hearing a clear consensus on this, but if one direction for the court, if you want to, you can have, and I think 2 of these municipalities have already submitted their budgets on what they would be spending what they would be spending these CARES Act funds for. So it's sort of like, if you will, a grant application to the county, and then county can just go ahead and allocate those funds. You could do it in a one-time allotment. Again, we would build in all those requirements that they're supposed to follow per the Fed guidelines. Ultimately, again, it's the county's liability to that. Secondly, the way you could structure it is not have that upfront, if you will, spreadsheet or information or grant application to see what they're spending on, and you give the allocation, but there has to be some sort of still reporting and information that is shared back with the county so that we can ensure, again, through those grant guidelines, that they are spending it adequately. We would treat these grant allocations from the CARES Act as if these municipalities were subrecipients, and the way that the grant outlines that, the CARES Act, the federal regulations, the Treasury regulations, is that they would be treated as subrecipients of this federal money. And so I just wanted to make sure that those still are in place. Those can certainly be built into any type of contract, but there are options for the county to see and to ensure that those funds are being spent adequately. I mean, even today as a county, I'm getting questions on whether it can be spent on X, Y, and Z, and it's a very fine line. So it's not micromanaging, but it's just to ensure that those parameters have been met, and the majority of the time they are. I just wanted to make sure to advise the court on those parameters.
Thank you, Christina.
So is there a consensus amongst the court whether to issue the funding up front or on a reimbursement basis?
Judge, I've got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Leon, and then I'll make a comment on that question.
I'm still confused a little bit, Betsy. Are we talking about funds that we have decided on from last week, or are we talking about other CARES funding?
So the CARES Act funding, what I'm understanding is that the funding from last week, you all do not want to mess with. But the other CARES Act funding, do you want to distribute a portion of it to the smaller municipalities?
Okay, I understand now. You know, my thoughts, and I think the judge mentioned it earlier, maybe you can come back with two options next week. This is the amount with whatever multiplier you have, and this is the other amount. And I think it'd make it a lot clearer in my mind that, okay, this is a good way to go. And the county attorney's office has already mentioned the ability to have them sign some sort of document indicating that they will be responsible for any misspent funds.
It would, and just to clarify, Commissioner, it would still be the county's burden, but we would just build that into the agreement. So I don't want to represent that it's them, that they have to deal with the feds. It will be the county that would still be on the hook from that, but we can certainly craft an agreement to ensure that those regulations have to be met by those subrecipients.
Okay, thank you.
And Betsy, on the reimbursement process, just from the conversation we've had, that would be really difficult for them because they're struggling to come up with money. So for them to be able to engage in something and then reimburse us, I think that would be really difficult for them. So I think it's more of a matter of looking at what we agree on, providing the money, then moving forward. I don't know if I heard Commissioner Robinson or someone comment.
Yes, Judge. I was going. You beat me to the punch. As far as one, determining how much money is available. Number one, the crafting of the agreement, as legally indicated. But as far as the distribution of the money, once we determine how much, that one is we issue that money up front as opposed to on a reimbursable basis. That's basically my thought. One, up front, and the reimbursement portion of it will be counterproductive in that regard. And the last thing I want to say is that we look at all of the outlying areas, that it be equal distribution.
Thank you for that. Betsy, what do you think?
Yes, sir.
I hope we got you at least close to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Betsy.
And Judge,
Commissioner Pettis.
Again, I was just going to reiterate, when it comes to the allocation, I think, whatever generates most parity with other small municipalities throughout Texas, I think is a good way to start. At least if we find a different way, that's fine. But I mean, Texas has already established a model. These municipalities, if they were located in a different county, would be under that formula or however that method that the governor set up. So that I think that's a good starting point. But
yeah, not reinvent. But yeah, thank you, Betsy. So lots of items and situations.
Thank you.
See if there's anyone to help out.
So no additional action on item number 7?
You got your direction, Betsy?
Can we take Christina? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Betsy, you got your direction. And so if that's, from what I'm
Yes,
hearing
ma'am.
from the core, okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, so there would be no action on this.
Yeah, and I think is this a good time to take a break? It's been pretty long. It's already 1:26, and so wanted to take a 30-minute break unless, Betsy, we have anybody that's waiting or that we would interrupt any function of business by taking a break right now.
The next item, sir, is your COVID update, which you may have members. I don't know if Dr. Ocaranza and Chief Rodriguez are on yet.
We have been saying that we would call them or text them when we get ready so that they wouldn't have to be waiting for us. So I think that's the case right now.
Okay.
I'm here, Betsy. I'm available.
Okay, Chief, if they take a 30-minute break, for lunch, can we call you back after?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess until 2 p.m.
Thank you. Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids,
please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could start with, if you want to go first, or we also have Chief Rodriguez and Dr. Ocaranza on the line.
No, let's have them go first. I don't like them having to wait. Yeah, go ahead. Chief Rodriguez, are you available?
Yes, sir, I'm on. You hear me okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for, again, having us to give you all a weekly update. So I want to start just with some statistics that we provided this morning for City Council. These are just some high-level stats that were expressed by Dr. Ocaranza during his presentation in Council this morning. Let me start with total testing by CDC week. So we are right at 8,201 tests per week. That is, since the beginning of May, that's a 190% increase in total tests countywide since we started with the additional sites that have come up throughout the month of May. Our positivity rate is currently at 7.61. from the previous week, which was 8.34. So our trajectory has improved. Even though we're doing a lot more testing, that positivity rate continues to decrease. So we are in the right trajectory in regards to the positivity rate. The source of infection throughout the community, 34.16% is community transmission. 18.05 is travel related, and 47.78 is considered close contact. In regard to testing, we continue to expand our testing sites and our partnerships to broaden accessibility for everyone in our community who wants to be tested. Our testing program is led by the Department of Public Health in coordination with the Office of Emergency Management and collaborating with a diverse list of partners. Like I mentioned in the past, and like we've said, we're trying to take a very diversified approach, so we don't have a single point of failure on our testing program. We've been responsive to community needs of getting the testing where they are most needed. I'm happy to announce that as of today, we've reached 5% of our population. Our original goal of reaching 5% was going to be at the end of July. So we've blown right through that, and we've been very successful. And it's been a team approach since the beginning. So we thank you all for your support in helping us get there. Our average daily testing rate has been 1,211. And we'll continue expanding some of our partnerships to do that. So what is currently available is starting with our original drive-through site near the airport, that we have a federal asset still available there that provides us swab-in resources. And then we also partnered with Quest to help us do additional testing and additional supplies. And then we also have our Department of Public Health lane that we have for our healthcare workers and first responders that need a quick turnaround on their test. We've also added a fourth lane now at that site, and that's using our local partnership with GenPath. So we have a lot more capability there. To date, they've done 14,126 total tests at that one single site. Kudos to Border Rack, the Paso Fire Department, and the other members there that have been very great, working there 6 days a week. And in addition to that, they're also part of the cluster management team, which I'll speak to in a little bit. Our Texas Military Department mobile testing teams continue to provide great service for the community. We still have four sites within the city, and we're still doing the rural testing with rotating through the smaller jurisdictions till the end of. We will end this next cycle will end on the 13th, and we're finalizing dates today on additional an additional 10-day cycle moving forward. All of the rural jurisdictions, Tornillo, Sanelli, Horizon, Anthony Benton, Montana Vista, Fabens, and Socorro have had mobile testing team throughout their locations for multiple dates now, and we will continue to add them as we go through this next cycle. Our private partnerships with Walmart and CVS, each of them having 3 locations throughout the city. Our partnerships with the El Paso Independent School Districts, we're up to 7 sites at this time. EPISD with their one site at Burnham Elementary in the Northeast. We have Socorro Independent School District. They started last week with their SAC Aquatic Center. They're looking at 1 additional site next week. Sada Independent School District, they've consolidated. They had 3 sites, but now they've consolidated into their central office located off of Sims, and they've added additional lanes there to get more volume. So they have 1 site. Clinton Independent School District, they also started last week. They are starting with their faculty, and they'll be opening up to the public sometime next week. They're rotating between those 3 sites as demand dictates within each of those. Anthony and Canotillo are looking at opening up their site next week on the 16th. They will do it every Tuesday going forward. They're consolidating their staffs to help that joint effort. We've also been in close communication with Fabens, Tornillo, and San Eli because they don't have the staff to be able to set up a site. We're going to ensure that the Texas Military Department mobile testing teams continue to go and service their jurisdictions. We're also looking at partnerships with the clinics, Project Vida, Centro of San Vicente, and UMC to help cover some of those gaps that we have there with in those areas. So those are ongoing efforts. In regard to lab capacity, the Department of Public Health Lab and UTEP, that's a model for for collaboration, connecting the public university research to service emergent public health needs. So they moved in this week. They're doing validation and should be testing within, if not today, starting tomorrow. So that's going to increase capacity to do local lab tests, excuse me. As I mentioned, GenPath has also come on board. The city has contracted with them to help us do more lab testing from all the specimens that we collect to the school districts, through our Department of Public Health Lab. So we have a quick turnaround on results, and we're not limited to working with just private labs. And this gives us a lot more control on the results and having a quicker turnaround on those. So we are very happy to be working with GenPath, who has capacity of 2,000 lab tests per day. And then we've also partnered with LabQuest, and this is for antibody testing for essential workers. They have 10 locations throughout the city, excuse me, where they're doing antibody testing. To date, with the city contract for antibody testing that's been opened up countywide for the smaller jurisdictions as well, we've done almost 2,300 antibody tests through LabQuest for that initiative. I also want to highlight the work of the Cluster Management Task Force. Since mid-May, they were tasked by the governor to go and test all of the nursing homes. They already had started that initiative before the governor's order had come down. But to date, they've tested 1,658 staff, 1,261 residents that across 21 nursing home facilities. They've also done some site testing at 3 smaller shelters, and they tested 72 residents and several staff at those locations. So they've are going to continue to do that work. They're focusing on vulnerable populations, primarily any agencies that work with the elderly. We're looking at assisted living centers next, so they're working on that. I also want to direct everyone to the epstrong.org website. It's been given a refresh. If you can go to the several tabs that provide information on where all the testing that I mentioned is available, it gives how you can make appointments, times, everything related to testing. Also on the data, if you want to analyze some of the graphs that we put together, those are being updated as information becomes available. But it breaks down quite comprehensively any area you might be interested in. Other than that, that's all I have. I again want to thank the judge, Ms. Keller, and Commissioners Court for the support in helping us get to the 5%. That's all I have. Thank you.
Chief, thank you. Just going ahead of your, way before your projected date of the testing has been very remarkable. And as everybody's hearing, a lot of moving parts, a lot of efforts and coordination. So very fortunate to have you in that partnership, Chief Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Dr. Ocaranza?
I don't know if he's on the same call or...
You know what? He's not going to be joining us today. I will, if y'all have any questions, I'll take those back to him.
Perfect. No, that's fine. That's fine. We'll move ahead.
Judge, I've got a question, if I can.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Chief Rodriguez, for joining us. Looking at some of the media reports and social media, it seems there's still maybe some confusion on the number of people that are tested. Can you clarify for me, because I'm seeing reports that the data that y'all are giving us shows a number of tests that have been done, but y'all keep saying it's the number of people tested. So there are individuals that are tested multiple times, especially if they get a positive test, from what I understand. So are the numbers that you all are giving us like number of tests utilized or done, or are we talking about individual people that have been tested, and are you differentiating between those?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. So that includes individuals. So those are our tests that are collected by wherever they may seek to get their specimen collected, be it a clinic or at one of the drive-thrus. That specimen is then sent over to the lab. The lab provides the actual test of that specimen, and then we include that as part of our number. So that does include individuals that may be retested.
You're not counting somebody twice, are you?
Well, we do if they are tested more than once, but that number is very, very small. We don't have a large amount of people that end up getting retested. It's a very small percentage.
Well, is there a way that we can differentiate in those numbers? Because even if it's a small number, it still is misleading, especially when it comes to our goals to have a certain percentage of the population tested. If we're having people that are counted twice or more than twice because they've been tested multiple times, it skews the number and give us an accurate count.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other question for Chief Rodriguez? Okay, thank you. Betsy, you want to go ahead and move on?
Judge, if you'd like to give your update.
Sure. Mine is quick. We have been working with legal on the new order and what it represents. There's not a lot of changes. There's some things that we have to look at. I know the city today opened their their city parks to some extent, and we're looking at us. Betsy is working with Norma and Veronica to see how we align ourselves. I think we're still in the basic principle is that we don't want to create opportunities for social gatherings, that we don't want to anticipate, that we don't want to entice the individuals gathering because of events and so forth. So even if we do open parks, we're not going to have any events that would attract people to come together. So that's one of the basic principles. The other one is obviously that the governor is saying that there is opportunity to be in public, that you can have social gatherings, and it's got the guidelines. But what I want to be clear on is that we still have the stay-at-home, focus, and that is that we want to not only encourage, we're trying to look at the order to say, it doesn't reflect on household. You should, according to our order, you should be at home with your household, but not visit another household. So when people say you're allowed a certain amount of social gathering, that is true, if you do that in a public forum or in a public venue. So we could still hold on to the idea that people should not go from one household to the other. And that is strictly, it's not just a random decision, but the fact that we know, and according to Dr. Ocaranza, people coming back to where there's individuals that are over the age of 60 and they go out, socialize, come back to a different household, and then they could spread the virus. And we're very concerned and very careful about that because we saw the majority of fatalities are individuals that are older. And as Dr. Ocaranza says, it's very unlikely that they're out and about. And so they're having to, they get the virus by someone coming back home with them from a different household. And so, or from the same household, but not, unable to have the separation or distance between them. So we're working out little details like that. We want to be more conscientious as to what do we need to do. Things are moving fast, as you saw now. Some businesses went to the 50%, others went to 75%. Things are moving rather quickly. Community is still very conscientious that they're not ready. They're not going out like we would expect. And there are businesses who have made a decision to wait until it's safe, and then we can begin to see the numbers moving in the right direction. So like I said, still working with legal. City might separate a little bit from us. We've been very consistent in the orders. They feel that they've, that the order is pretty explicit already, that there's no need for further explanation. Then we do think that we need to look at some of the areas and make sure, like the guidelines and at the bars, and what are some of the restrictions that are there, even if to just reiterate and educate our public. Even if that's the case, I think I'll feel a lot better. Still believe that we are in an upward climb. A lot of fatalities last week, and I know a lot of them came from Rogelio Sanchez. We were over 250 some cases were reported, and so that skewed our numbers in the community quite a bit. So we're trying to, as you saw today, Chief Rodriguez is discerning more data, like the demographics, not only of testing positive, but also people taking the tests, and who they are and what are the demographics in those areas. And like I said, we will work hard at that, and we should have a decision later this afternoon when I go back to legal and find out where we're at as, what is it that I can and cannot do, and how can I work within the order. So that, like we said earlier, we're still working with rural mayors on the CARES Act and trying to figure out, what's the best scenario and how are we going to do this. So I'm glad we had a little bit of a dialogue and some further information that we're going to, use and integrate in making some of these decisions. Our Nicole and the task force on the recovery, there's probably going to be some information later. They're looking at the 15th, being able to give us a little bit more of a definite plan. And once again, we're not putting a specific date because things move and change, and we don't want to get anybody to start committing and then realize that we're not there yet. So we're having a little bit of a buffer when I think it's about 7 days that once we decide it's time to open, we'll have 7 days to prepare, utilizing the same alignment of the 25%, trying to get as many people to work from the house as possible. The telecommuting is going to be real important, not only for now, but I think going forward. We're looking at activities that could be online. And I said last time, the less people in the courthouse, the better we are. Because if there's any change or any direction or something happens in November that we have a spike, it's always better to have less people having to go to the courthouse than more. So we're looking at some of these dynamics. So it's a great Sam and Nicole and everyone, Chris and everyone else, looking at how do we go forward? They're being very conscientious, not necessarily conservative, but we're looking at what's the best way to bring individuals in. I still feel that we're a role model, and people would see the way we do it. We've talked to people, we've talked to different departments, we have different situations. For example, the judges have to move at a different speed because of some of the regulations that they have, and justice of the peace, and so a lot of moving parts, a lot of components, but I think we're on good ground as far as when we're going to come back. I want to remind that we're still very much in the midst of this. For some reason, as time goes by, people think that it's sort of over for some reason. Every time the governor opens a business, it's the feeling is that we no longer have to continue under the same rigidness, which I think is not true. Masks are just so important. Just, if you wear a mask, and some of the doctors said if everyone wore a mask, our numbers would just drop considerably, even if the economy opens. The social gatherings, large social gatherings, lots of challenges that we have as we're moving in, whether we're going to be able to use the swimming pools, the graduation venues, all of these activities are going to be out there are pretty challenging, with the numbers still climbing and the more opportunities for social contact. Once again, I've had opportunities to meet with the consulate. We're going to do that tomorrow again, to see how we can help Juarez to mitigate their challenges. My concern, and I keep saying this, is that they're way behind the curve right now. They're probably a month and a half behind us. So as we get better, we still have interactions with the community that's being very challenged. And we have to keep a really close eye on how we're going to be able to do that. Working close with Congresswoman Escobar in trying to see what federal monies are available for testing. Their biggest challenge is testing. That's their biggest challenge. They're testing primarily at the hospital, but not widespread. Their ratio of 200 and something plus, 270 plus deaths against the number of people with positive, very concerning, very concerning. It's about 33% of the population that has died of the number of people who have been tested. So there we have it. We keep moving forward, and I know each one of you, the commissioners in each one of the precincts, is very conscientious about what needs to happen in their community. I know you're communicating very well, and that's about as much as we could do at this point in time. I think that's about it. Just trying to think of, no, that covers my area very well. So Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Betsy, Judge, Commissioners. Mine is also short, a little shorter than yours, Judge. The constables, we received a very nice letter from Kelly Center for Hunger Relief indicating that the constables have been very helpful in the distribution of food in many of their locations. So our hats off to the constables that are actually out there helping. Thank you. JPD Chief Martinez sent me a text indicating that all youth and all their employees have been tested. Everyone is tested negative. So obviously they're doing a great job in keeping the virus out of that building. So great job, Chief, and your staff. And I'd like to just a shout out to our court security. They're in there day in, day out, and I'm sure they've health screened hundreds of people as they come in. They take their temperature. They assure that somebody that has the indicators of a possible illness are not allowed into the building. So Lieutenant Hernandez, thank you. You all are doing a great job. Something that has been noted, and I think it goes across many employment lines, and that is more people are taking their lunch to work, which is great. The only problem is it's been noticed that a lot of employees sit close together. They're not observing the 6-foot distancing, which is normal. But again, just to emphasize the need to comply, even though you want to sit close to your friends and talk about whatever you want to talk about, not only in our county courthouse, but across the board, as more people take their lunches, they sit together closely, and that I think is a very dangerous kind of practice without us realizing that we're putting ourselves at danger and other folks at danger. So thank you. I appreciate this this extra time, and that wraps it up for me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Pettis?
Thanks, everyone. Where did I put my notes? The task force met once again on Tuesday, the main group, and they ultimately decided to break up into smaller subgroups. There's a testing group, data, communications, contract tracing, an overall mission group to weave together a mission statement so everybody has clear direction moving forward. But I don't know if I'm missing another group, Betsy. If I am, you can always jump in. I just want to note that, you know, the folks that were selected for the task force committee are just really giving of their time. I mean, you know, these are some of the region's top professional, top doctors in the region, and I don't think there's been a single person who has missed a meeting. Last week alone, aside from the main task force meeting on Tuesday, I think there were 3 or 4 meetings Friday afternoon, and all of the doctors, all the professionals were on those subcommittee meetings. So it's an indication that they really want to produce a quality product, you know, for the county commissioners court, for the city council. They want to produce something that's useful. And we had heard from Battelle last week at the subcommittee, giving an update on some of the work that they've been doing. But they're all the subcommittees are really working very diligently to come up with a final product, because they recognize the time constraints and the need to come up with something very quickly. But that's all that I have. So we're going to continue working within those subgroups in the main task force.
Commissioner, I was able to observe, and boy, it's a very exciting group of people and a lot of interaction. I also want to thank you for your contributions. Very obvious that you bring a lot to the table, so thank you for that. It's been really nice to see how fast they're moving and the sense of urgency.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stout?
Okay, thank you, Betsy. Let me pull up my, okay. So the Border Rack spoke to the homelessness community last week during our meeting, and one of the big areas of focus was getting the shelters to coalesce behind uniform screening tools. The Border Rack has a tool, but it's not customized for homeless shelters, so they have requested assistance from the shelters to ensure that the screening tool will be tailored to what they what the homeless community actually needs. Then once it's refined, they want it to be used religiously so that shelters are scrutinizing people thoroughly and in a uniform manner to make sure that no one slips through the cracks, and we can maintain constant vigilance at the shelters. Kind of unexpectedly, as of the middle of last week, no one had taken advantage of the transportation we approved to fund with Project Amistad. Staff thinks some of that is simply awareness, so that that may tick up, but we had not racked up any of the 100 trips we approved in the initial contract last week. The Endeavors contract with the city to provide transportation from homeless shelters to testing, then on to a hotel or back to a shelter is finally crossing the finish line. That closes the gap for shelters, especially some of the smaller ones that didn't have staffing, vehicles, or maybe even extra cleaning supplies to handle added external transportation needs. In terms of the future of Welcome Center, the Paso Norte Health Foundation expressed an interest in considering that as one of the projects that they might fund in the notice of funding that they released for COVID-19 recovery, preparedness, and transformation. Folks like the one-door approach, and if the foundation can step up with something that helps to continue, that would be a real benefit. Ultimately, the Welcome Center as it exists will close up to 45 days after the final city and county orders are lifted, so the folks or looking at what might come next, have that in mind as we move forward. They're averaging about 11 intakes per day at the Delta facility. Approximately a quarter of the people they have served meet the definition of chronically homeless, and they sit at about a 70% capacity. The Winchester House, one of the smaller shelters, mentioned that they had some funds for rapid rehousing with individuals between 18 and 24 years old. So anyone that in that group who needs housing assistance should contact them about that. And meanwhile, I'm in contact with UMC about providing care to healthcare providers in Juarez who have tested positive for COVID-19. Ultimately, the system there is very fragile. And if you all remember testing being very slow to get off the ground, here, when we had numerous conditions that needed to be met before someone could be tested, that's still very much the reality in Juarez. It's a function of the supply chain, and not as many people there are able to be tested as here. One thing we're missing in this week's update, of course, is more information about the immigration detention. Last week's call was canceled with ICE not having joined the previous call, and it's been more than 2 weeks since we've received that update about what they're doing in the Otero and El Paso detention centers. Meanwhile, the reports my office has received from the advocacy community continue to indicate that conditions in those centers could be managed much better. So that's about all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson?
I'm on board. Very briefly, the number of people that are reported to you that were congregating in the alley behind the Opportunity Center has decreased. PD came through and made a sweep. So this yesterday I was there doing my monthly feeding at the shelter at the Opportunity Center. They're complying with the social distance provision. So the inside of the shelter is very well. But the number, I told you that there's probably 50 or more people that was congregating in the alley behind the Opportunity Center. They've been scattered now, so exactly where I believe what has happened is going back to the camps out maybe in the alleyways in other places. So I'm trying to determine exactly where they're located now. But everything's going well at the Welcome Center, as Commissioner Stouts indicated. The number of people that are coming through that facility are growing. So far, there has not been any incidents that we know of, but everything's going well.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Judge?
Go ahead, Betsy, we can continue.
From a department perspective, we just have one item that we'd like to get some clarification on. We have events scheduled for July. We had canceled through, previously you had discussed, we canceled through the end of June at the parks. Are you okay with us canceling at least the first 2 weeks of July, or would you like us to cancel the entire month of July?
I don't see, Betsy, if you look at some of the numbers and the order and how it's positioned, I still feel, and I'll take comments from the commissioners, obviously, to see what their thoughts are. But my basic concept throughout has been, avoid anything that we could postpone or any opportunity we have that's legal, that's not contractual, that we continue to fight for the idea that public health is very important. The economy is extremely important as well. But I still feel that anything that we do to bring people together, events together, is going to be very challenging. And I can't see the possibility. I know for 4th of July, we've decided that we were not, we hadn't purchased the fireworks, but I think just the fact that we're going to have our hands full in some of the areas that we can't control. A lot of the Montana areas where people can actually get off and have 10 people that show up. Like I said, that's in a public venue, not at the household, but how do you control individuals not getting together? So we're gonna have our hands full. I think, and I hate the fact that it's gonna be another Easter and then Mother's Day and then Memorial Day and now 4th of July. could bring even more of a predicament, because I think there's going to be a lot more social gathering, especially in the Montana side, and that's where our biggest challenges are. The numbers are climbing the highest numbers that we have around those areas. So I would say that we're not ready for July. And just I'd like to hear from the commissioners what they feel about looking at July as a possibility. I personally can't see that just from the numbers and our calls every day that we get debriefed. They don't seem that likely that we would be doing events in July. Commissioner Stout, any comments, your thoughts?
You're muted, Commissioner.
Okay, we figured out. Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, I think it would be difficult for us to be able to do events in July. I think I agree with what you say, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, I'm also in agreement. It's just too soon.
Yeah, Commissioner Perez.
I agree. I mean, even if we were just to have a fireworks display and just folks are going to congregate, and it's just, we're just still not ready yet to have an event of that magnitude.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson?
I would say it would be better to be safe than sorry. So
yes,
I would defer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Judge. With that feedback, we'll
Okay,
notify
Betsy,
individuals who had booked events. We'll proceed with notifying individuals that we will not be hosting events in July. It's generally people who had leased the park.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which is part of this accommodating, sort of against our own perception of what we need to be seen in the rest of the community. And then you'll be letting us know also on the parks and, what are some of the plans. We've got the sports now, the leagues, little leagues, and all these things that we need to look at, and how are we going to begin to move forward. So that in itself is going to be quite a challenge because of the parks, and we have the softball fields and some of the other areas that can be utilized according to the governor's order.
Yes, sir. We'll bring back information on that so the court can provide additional input as well. Thank you, sir. And that concludes all the items I believe we have for the update today.
Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 9, County Administration. Approve and authorize the County Auditor's Office to issue payment by check or wire transfer in an amount not to exceed $2,750,000 for the purchase of real property located at 320 South Campbell Street, El Paso, Texas, more specifically described in the purchase agreement, contract number 2019-0768, to Lone Star Title Company, located in El Paso, Texas, to hold an escrow. Further authorize the county judge to accept the conveyance of 320 South Campbell Street on behalf of the County of El Paso. Funding is available in CP Downtown Building. Contract number 2020-0446.
Judge, commissioners, I placed this item, but I would like to ask Ryan Kerr to present the technicalities on it. And as he does that, I just want to recognize Ryan for all the work he has done to make this get to this point today. I think it's a pretty exciting day because we are procuring a building to help address county space needs. And it wouldn't have been possible without Ryan and all the work he and the team have done to get us here today. I can't tell him thanks enough.
All right, Ryan Kerr, Assistant County
thank you for that.
Betsy, thank you very much for that. Oh, sorry. Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. Ryan Kerr, Assistant County Attorney. Before we start, I would like to request one correction to the agenda. At the end, it says contract number 2020-0446. That contract number is not related to this this item. It was mistakenly placed on the agenda. So I would just request that that contract number just be stricken from the agenda item at the time that you make your action. So on March 30th, the court had already approved for the county judge, authorized the county judge to sign the purchase agreement for the Tejas building and sign the seller agreement for 501 Arizona, and also to sign any related documentation and closing documents that would effectuate this land deal. This particular item is to approve and authorize the county auditor's office to be able to issue payment by check or wire transfer. The purchase price is still $2.74 million. That has not changed. We are requesting $2.75 million, which is $10,000 more, in order to cover any unforeseen costs or any costs that may change along the way. One of those costs could potentially be that EPIC has requested that the title company do an inspection of the property. That's a nominal fee of $100. We may or may not, depending on our conversations, add some additional title coverages, which should also be would also be smaller fees in line with that. So we just wanted to make sure that we gave ourselves a little bit of a buffer, because we are due to receive the escrow instructions and the wiring instructions by this Wednesday, and we plan on having everything signed so that we can close on Monday, June 15th. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ryan.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
That was Commissioner Pettis.
I think all of us second at the same time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Pettis.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Betsy.
Item number 10, receive a presentation regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for the 2020 July 4th holiday period and take appropriate action.
Judge, commissioners, this is an annual item we bring forward to the court, and I'd like to turn it over to Daniel Collins, our Government Affairs Manager, who will be leading the item today. Daniel?
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Dan.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Daniel Collins, County Administration. If we could bring up the slides, okay, great. The slides that I'll walk you through give El Paso County's options regarding banning fireworks and how the county is trending with regard to drought conditions that will determine the county's ability to ban fireworks. On this slide, there are three options the county has. Option number one is that it can take no action to ban fireworks, in which case sales can begin on June 24th. Option two is the county does take action to ban certain fireworks pursuant to the local government code. Specifically, the county can ban aerial fireworks. Those are skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, or sticks and fins as they're often referred to, so long as it does so before June 15th, which is next Monday. In order to ban these, the county needs to reach a Keach-Byram Drought Index, or KBDI, of 575 on average. The KBDI is used to determine the fire potential based on a drought factor that balances the drought and also precipitation and soil moisture. The index ranges from 0 to 800, with 800 meaning absolutely dry conditions. Texas A&M University maintains the KBDI daily numbers on their website. Finally, option 3 is the county judge can also issue a declaration of local disaster pursuant to the government code if drought conditions exist. The county should still meet a 575 KBDI, and the Texas A&M Forest Service would run an assessment and provide feedback to the governor. Such a declaration would only last for 7 days unless extended by the Commissioner's Court. And under a declaration, the judge could ban the sale, use, or possession of all fireworks, not just sticks and fins. But such ban would only last for not more than 60 hours unless the governor granted an extension. If we could do the next slide, please. Great. This next slide shows the KDBI as of today. You'll see El Paso, while one of the driest counties, has not yet reached 575. In fact, no county has yet. El Paso is currently at a 519, which is a 4-point increase from Sunday, the day before. This slide shows, next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows this year's KBDI trends compared to 2019. This might be a little bit hard to see, but it's actually plotted out to July 4th. You'll see last year we didn't meet the 575 threshold by July 4th. This year it's possible we might hit 575, but we're actually currently behind 2019's trend line because you might remember we had one of the rainiest Marches on record this year. Since May, the KBDI has been increasing between 2 and 6 points daily. If we had a 6-point daily increase, we'd exceed 575 by middle of next week. On the other end of the spectrum, if we had a 2-point daily increase, we wouldn't hit 575 by July 4th at all, but we'd be just under it at about 570 or 571. In between, if we had a 3% daily increase, we'd hit 575 by June 27th, which is only a week before July 4th. And if we had a larger 4% increase every day, we'd have a 575 average by June 22nd. We staff continue to monitor the KBDI daily. I'll stress that it could go up or down depending on high temperatures or rainfall. And again, I'll point you to March as an example of, just a little bit of rainfall could make a big difference in dropping our KBDI. I'll also note that just today, the National Weather Service for the El Paso, Santa Teresa area reports that Thursday and Friday, we might see partly cloudy skies with a 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms that also might affect our KBDI average. And if I could hear the next slide, please. Thank you. This next slide is another map by Texas A&M showing that El Paso is currently at a extreme risk of fire today. That, again, is the daily threshold. And as of last week, we were only at a high rather than an extreme. The National Weather Service today issued what they call a red flag warning region-wide. Again, that's western Texas, southern New Mexico. For this afternoon as winds pick up and, combined with the relative humidity that gives us extreme fire danger. However, they also report that a cold front will bring in much cooler temperatures for tomorrow, with highs dropping maybe as low as 10 degrees below seasonal average. And again, like I said earlier, we might see some moisture on Thursday or Friday, which could affect, this fire forecast. And importantly, I'll note that this and the next slide that I'll go over are themselves not determinative of our ability to ban fireworks in the same way that the KBDI is, but it just gives the court, I think, a little bit of insight on where we might be trending. Next slide. And then this last slide that I'll point to you is from the U.S. Drought Monitor. It shows that El Paso County is currently not in drought, again, probably for the same reasons that we had so much moisture early on in the year. And the last slide is just questions. I'm happy as best I can to answer any questions the judge or commissioners have. I believe we have a representative from the sheriff's office available and also the county attorney's office if it questions that fall within their wheelhouse.
Thank you, Daniel. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Judge?
Christina, or no, go ahead, Commissioner Perez.
The current disaster declaration, any relation to this whatsoever?
Christina,
I think, defer to the county attorney.
Hi, good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. So the current disaster declaration that the county judge has implemented, that is specifically for the public health emergency. And so, as you know, you all had adopted that, the judge has instituted that You all have extended that declaration until the governor has lifted his order, and then of course from there extends all of the county judge's ability to issue separate orders on that. A local declaration for fireworks, which we have done in the past, when we have met the KDBI, is very specific as it pertains to the safety issues that can arise as a result of a fireworks display or having fireworks. And so it's pretty broad. It goes to both the sale and the use, but we've relied on the fact that it's because of a health emergency, because of when I say health emergency, I'm talking about the weather, the drought conditions that exist. Have we explored the possibility as to whether or not there could be some sort of regulation as a result of the crowd gatherings? We have consulted with the sheriff's office. They are there. I think they're on the line right here. We've looked at it. We've looked at the current governor's guidelines and orders. Just to give you a quick update on that, the governor in his last order had issued a guidelines regarding any outdoor gatherings or outdoor events, specifically as they pertain to the July 4th holiday. My interpretation of that is that is very much specifically for any organized 4th of July event that takes place. So for example, you have, in years past, you'd have like a Wet and Wild put on a display, or even in our years past, we'd had the county, for example, putting on a display. So it was very much specific to those organized business activities, not so in relation to the mass gatherings, if you will, that we see out on East Montana, for several families issuing out those families gathering together to celebrate the 4th of July and popping off those fireworks. I don't believe that under any judge's order at this time that we could issue some sort of regulation that would ban or prohibit that sale or even ban that use. It doesn't fit within those parameters that the governor has set out, and that we would be authorized to do so if we were to address a gathering as such. And so we have taken a look at that. We are continuing to take a look at that, but they're very much separate and apart. I just wanted to point out that in years past, I know that the Commissioner's Court has taken action to block certain areas or certain streets because of the safety issues that may arise. That's certainly something that the Commissioner's Court can do this time around as well. Again, we've also done that in consultation and with the assistance of the Sheriff's Office in terms of how they're going to patrol that area, how they're going to look at that area. It's very difficult this time around in terms of the gatherings because of the way that the governor has allowed either mayors or in this case the county judge to issue their orders. It's very much no gathering, but should not gather in groups more than 10, whether that's inside or outside your household. And so it's very not all or nothing, if you will, but it's an encouragement or to minimize those activities. I think that part of the activities and of course of the message that the court could certainly do is to issue out, if you will, a very much a public service campaign or education to that community, and even towards the vendors, if you want to even put notices or have them put notices that there's still a pandemic that we're in. We still ask that you minimize your gatherings. And so I think that would definitely help in terms of minimizing those concerns, at least with individuals grouping together. So that's
there's nothing that TxDOT can do on its right of way. I mean, to have mass gatherings. I mean, that's where most of the folks in the Montana area go, or any of the social distance measures. Next to these fireworks stands where some folks pop fireworks. I just don't see how people can safely socially distance, not just from a pandemic, but just from popping fireworks next to each other.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's always been the challenge before in the past in terms of the safety issue, regardless of the pandemic. Now that we have the issue with regards to, groups of 10, I think that is definitely in terms of an enforcement issue. Will there be enough? And Judge, maybe you want to touch on this a little bit because I understand you've had some conversations with the Sheriff's Office, but the enforcement of that, how do you go about to ensure that are they of the same household? Are there certain feet apart? And so those factors and those issues and those challenges, if you will, very much come into play from the enforcement portion of ensuring that individuals are safely distanced from one another. And I'm not sure. I know you mentioned about TxDOT. Commissioner, I'm sorry, you mentioned about TxDOT. Let me look at that. I'm not familiar with that particular angle in terms of what those parameters are. I am sure perhaps we have done that research before in the past, but I'll certainly follow up on that angle as well.
Commissioner,
Yeah, the challenge has been that I can't give the sheriff anything specific. If I could say, you know, if you see X and you can enforce it, but if you've got people that are coming together, you don't know from which household you got that mixture, it's impossible. And so them lining up and getting off their cars, according to them, there's nothing they could do. Plus, it's the nightmare of trying to control that, because we've had, I mean, in the thousands, it's not a few, it's just thousands of people stop and then get off their cars. And if they're in the same group, they can socialize under the 10 or less, but the other 10 can socialize with them. And then how do you control that? So yet I haven't been able to give them any specific way to enforce our order. But were you going to comment, Betsy, or someone?
Yes, sir. I was just saying that Jose Londeros reminded me that in past years, TxDOT does put signage out along the right-of-way saying no parking. It does seem like generally the public does not heed those signage and goes ahead and parks along that, passes right by those and parks along there anyway. And also, I believe the governor's latest order allows gatherings of 500 or more outdoors.
Yeah, but only if it's an event, is my understanding. Like if you had a controlled event.
Right.
That's
it's for the controlled event, but in terms of like any outdoor activities, there is no cap to that that the governor has issued out, and we were hoping to get some clarification or some more flexibility there, but that did not come down, unfortunately, with this last governor's order and or guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's becoming more and more vague as the orders come up. Like I said, when you have 75% of the business, in most businesses, you actually don't have 75% ever. And so to a lot of businesses, 75 is already 100%. Think of most of the, not the smaller restaurants, but if you think of any restaurant that you would have full capacity at all times, so 75 is really the way they normally operate. So they've become, you know, as we open the massages and hair cutting places, and they don't have any restrictions whatsoever. And so we're practically, we've opened, and now we're trying to do our best to eliminate whatever we can, reinforce the mask from the employee side and so forth. But yeah, that's going to be a big challenge. And I personally feel it could be greater than Memorial, whatever the spike that we had, and we had quite a few, according to Dr. Ocaranza, that we did have we're dealing with a huge spike from Memorial Day. And this one, I believe it's, that one was a little bit more controlled. Our orders were different. We're now going into where people think it's okay. It's going to be very, very abused. Whatever guidelines there are, they're going to take it to the next level. And I don't think anybody's going to be worried about stopping and getting off the car and mingling with the rest of the crowd. So that one's a little challenging for us.
So we'll bring an update again next Monday as well, correct, Daniel?
Yes, I'll continue to monitor the KBDI every day between now and July 4th.
Right. So
we've also been working with the judge's office on some of the issues that were raised today by the court. Sorry, Christina.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to jump in. Just so in terms of the Commissioner's Court taking action, you would have to take action before the June 15th deadline again, but it has to meet those requirements of the KBDI. However, if that's still not, if we don't reach it at that time, the second ability would be through the local declaration, the declaration by the county judge. I don't know if we will meet that. We will still need to consult with the governor's office to see if they would extend that or allow that. but we continue to monitor, and we'll continue to monitor it up until the end. I know traditionally that, at least from the Commissioners Court point of view and for the public's point of view, you know, you gave some direction or some indication of which route you were going to take, because there was a lot of feedback and calls from the vendors who are out there and wanting to know what they needed to do or what they needed to comply with. And so that's why we continue to bring this up. I don't know how this will come out once, you know, the KBDI, whether it'll increase or not, it's very fluid, but we'll certainly keep on top of that. Thank you.
Yeah, that KDBI would be probably the single most important thing that we would have to deal with, all that collateral discussions we just had. That one would be very clear, and that would allow us to then, I mean, that'd be a great way to address our concerns if that were to take place.
Is there any way of negotiating with the vendors regarding sticks and fins? I know that's something that's been pursued in the past. I don't know, I forget to what degree of success, but
it has been pursued. Sure, yes, it has been pursued in the past conversations with the vendors. In the past, they have voluntarily not sold sticks and fins, but I think that's still a conversation that needs to be had with the vendors. I don't know if someone else on the call would like to speak to that.
I mean, again, just given the growth, I mean, even the city of El Paso is now, you know, you have housing now up to Montana Vista. You know, that's still within the city limits. It's just, you know, sticks and fins in particular are dangerous.
Yes, and I'm seeing Nicole from the judge's office on the phone, who could speak to the past conversations that we've had with vendors on this point. And I'll also just reiterate something that Christina said earlier, which was, in the past, the sheriff's office has erected barricades that don't prevent, of course, people from accessing their own neighborhoods, but that discourage folks from being able to explode fireworks in front of people's homes. Nicole, did you want to touch on that as well?
Sure, thank you, Daniel. Nicole with the County Judge's Office. Yes, Commissioner Perez, we're planning on working with the vendors to ask, and we did this in previous years, if they could not sell sticks and fins. And I know Chief Esparza, our fire marshal of ESD number 2, is also on the line. If he wants to make some comments. We also discussed last week setting a meeting with all of the vendors who are currently already setting up, and talking to them about certain guidelines, and also working with our city county health authority to make sure that they have those guidelines and hopefully get their cooperation moving forward. And Chief Esparza, I don't know if you want to make some comments. Oh, I think you're muted.
You're muted, Chief Esparza. You're still muted. You're still muted.
Well, I could work with him offline. I guess he's having some technical issues. But yes, Commissioner Perez, we'll ask the vendors what they think about not selling sticks and fins.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I think that this would conclude this item.
Judge, just to let you know, you are sharing your screen right now. You have to unshare your screen.
Judge, Commissioners, I'd like to thank Daniel. This was his first year putting this together, so thank you very much, Daniel. really informative, and I appreciate you doing this and working so closely with Nicole. And Nicole, thank you so much for all your guidance this first year. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Nicole.
May we move to item number 11?
I'm gonna, just one second, I think the judge is having trouble with his teams. I'm gonna drop him from the call and call him back.
Yes, sir.
Item number 11 from purchasing. Approve the purchase of two M6SE avalanche mechanical street box sweepers for the County of El Paso Fleet Operations Department using HGAC by Cooperative Contract SE0420, awarded to Heel of Texas of Houston, Texas, in the amount of $528,000. Purchasing approved on June 1st, 2020. Funding is available in Texas Sweep 20 cap outlays.
Good afternoon, Elvia Howdy, Purchasing Manager. We're requesting approval to use the Houston Galveston Area Council cooperative contract for these street sweepers. And these street sweepers are going to be used for municipal streets and roadways in the area of Canudillo, Fabens, Clint, Montana Vista, and other areas. And so this contract is being awarded to Hale of Texas of Houston. And so we're requesting approval for this award.
Ms. Howdy, I've got a question. The funding for that, I understand, is coming from grant funding?
Yes.
This is coming from the Volkswagen settlement. Hopton, do you want to expand on that?
Yes, good afternoon, all. Hopton Staple Fleet Operations Director. This item, again, is part of the VW settlement. The state of Texas is granting us $308,910. The total cost for both sweepers is $528,000, and that means the county has a match of $219,000. And this was approved back on March 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
He's still not back on. I'm still trying to bring him back on.
Stand by for the judge a moment.
Okay, the judge is not going to come back on. He's had to be pulled away for a few minutes.
Okay.
So Commissioner Leon, can you chair the meeting until he returns, please, sir?
Sure, I think we're at item number 12.
Judge Samaniego is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Item number 12 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign a letter of support for a foreign trade zone minor boundary modification. County Attorney Opinion OP 200630.
Thank you, Caesar. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. I'm joined here today with David Panko. David is the Foreign Trade Area Manager. I think I've actually just botched his title, but yes, he's the Foreign Trade Zone Manager. How's that? David has come before you all on a number of occasions asking for these minor boundary changes. There have been a few occasions where we have just put this on for consent agenda, but because it has been a while since we have moved forward with one of these items, we wanted to make sure that the court was fully aware of the document and that process. So I'm going to turn it over to David to give a presentation on the request for the minor boundary modification. Go ahead, David.
All right. So let's go to the second slide there. So in order to do a minor boundary modification, I've come to the Commissioner's Court to request a support letter supporting the fact that we want to move some boundaries and bring a couple of companies into the foreign trade zone. And so the foreign trade zone program is a program that was created by the Department of Commerce that allows businesses to optimize their supply chain, reduce their customs duties, and help to grow the economy in the cities that they're in when they can use this program. And being on the border here with the maquiladoras, it's a very big benefit for us to keep growing the foreign trade zone program. And there are established boundaries in the county where a company can activate, but if those boundaries are not around where a company is located, then we're looking to do a minor boundary modification. So we actually put boundaries, virtual boundaries around this company. So this application, with all of the support letters, most especially from the El Paso County, will make the application to the FTZ board at the Department of Commerce, and this will help us to get that approval. And so when we look at what are the boundaries of Foreign Trade Zone 68, our service area is the El Paso County. We're authorized to do boundary modifications anywhere in El Paso County. So a lot of businesses can take advantage of this program. And so we're asking for support letters for 2 different boundary modifications. One is for SIVA Logistics, located on the east side of town, and one for VRP, located in the center part of town. I have a map to show you. So SIVA Logistics is over near the intersection of 375 and I-10. And you can see the shaded areas, the shaded red areas, those are where the virtual boundaries currently exist. And we want to bring this SIVA facility into those boundaries. And the second one is located in the center part of El Paso, located just behind the MCA, Medical Centers of America. They run a transportation operation there, and we want to put the boundaries there as well. And that pretty much concludes my presentation.
Commissioners? David, I apologize for using your first name. I didn't catch your last name.
Oh, it's Panko.
Are you there?
Just like the breadcrumbs.
Panko.
Panko, okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Stott?
I was just helping you hear his last name, Panko.
Oh.
I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
We're muted, Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
The judge is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, Caesar, number 13.
Item number 13, receive a presentation on the funds awarded to local small businesses through the El Paso Small Business Emergency Relief Fund.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. Just as a reminder for the Commissioners Court, back on the 30th of March, you all did vote to approve an emergency small business relief program in cooperation with the City of El Paso. At that time, we were just kicking off COVID issues, if you will, and I think there was a lot of uncertainty as far as the demand for this funding and where it would go and whatnot. So I'm very pleased to have with me today Lupe Mares. Lupe is the VP for the Southwest region of Lift Fund. She is going to go over with us some of the just nuances of the applications that were received, some of the numbers, so that you can get a better grasp as to who applied and who was awarded and what the slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so at this point, I am going to hand things over to Lupe so that she can get into some of the more detailed.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go
right
ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. And unfortunately, I know County Judge Samaniego's not with us, but I want to say good afternoon to the county commissioners. As Andrea mentioned, my name is Lupe Mares. I am the Vice President over the Southwest Region for LIFN, a nonprofit small business lending company. I would like to begin by thanking you for allowing LIFN to administer the $2 million the county and the city of El Paso awarded us. On this first slide, as you recall, 1.2 million was going to be used for loans up to 25,000 at 0% with 3-month deferment, and 475,000 of that was going to be used for grants, $5,000 grants. And I just wanted to share it. We started out with 300 applications. We completed 242 of them because we had to go through them, and totaling 1,210,000. And we awarded 111 grants totaling 475,000. As you can see, the need is there. There was a lot of applications. We had to close the applications because they were just coming in, but we awarded 111 of them. Next slide, please. For loans, we had 1.2 million available. We had a total of 618 applications, and we also had to close those applications totaling $178 million for the only 1.2 million that we had available. We had potential applications of about 159, totaling 3,826,000. Now, what I mean by that is that we had to go through credit checks. We had to make sure there was certain criteria that we required applicants to have. And, you know, when we screened them, we came down to 159. So the need is there, very much so. But then we also see that the need for education, financial education for these small businesses are there. Many of them are, you know, had credit problems, issues. So there's a lot of individuals with those problems. The total awarded were 64, totaling the 1.2 million. Now, as I mentioned before, that was up to 25,000 at 0%. Not everybody applied for 25,000. Some of them only needed 10,000. Some needed 15,000. So we worked with them. Next slide, please. So the applications remaining in grants, we have 131, totaling 655,000 that are left in the queue. These were left in the queue. We were only, like I mentioned earlier, we were only able to award the 111, totaling the 475,000. Remaining loans that were left in the queue were 94 at 2,536,500. So total, what we've done, you know, that is left in the queue are 225 and totaling 3.1 million, almost 3.2 million. And as you can see, like I mentioned, there was 131 grants still left in the queue and 94 loans. Next slide, please. And this kind of gives you a summary. I know it's kind of small. I don't know if you all can see it, but it kind of gives you an idea, gives you a breakdown of the different industries that applied for these loans. I know one of them, a big one was restaurants, and it doesn't fall under accommodation food services because if you can see, it says count only one. They fall under actually services, I believe. Yeah, I think they fall under services. So as you can see, again, there's a lot of need. These are the ones, again, these are loans that are still in the queue that are still needing some funding. And I can't see the total, well, the total amount should be what I mentioned earlier. My little bar is covering the grand total there. But again, these are the different industries that are still in the queue. Thank you. If you could scroll up a little, yeah, that 2,536,500 is what's left. And again, these are the ones that are left in the queue. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this one I really can't see. I was trying to pull it up on mine, but this is the area, the zip codes that where most of the loans originated, where people applied, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't see it and I apologize, it's the 79938 area that applied for the most loans and grants. And again, it's broken up by zip code. I'm hoping that we can maybe provide this to you all, because I'm having a very hard time seeing it, so I'm sure you all are too. But the east side, as you can see, the far east side was the one that applied for the most loans. Was somebody going to say something?
It was the 79936 zip code.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
No, you're okay. The 6 and the 8 do look a little bit similar,
Yeah.
and yeah.
And I can't see it, and I was trying to pull it up and I couldn't see it. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Do you have it in front of you,
We are able
Andrea?
to see, we are able to see it.
You all can see it?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea how it's broken out around the city of who applied for these loans. Next slide, please. So again, as I mentioned a little earlier, that, you know, some of the top reasons for denial was, again, the lack of credit. Some of them did not meet the 6-month window. We asked them to have to be caught up on their payments the last 6 months before COVID, you know, that they have kept up with their payments that they currently have, their debt. Some of them had bad charge-offs, bad debts. Some of them had public records, such as tax liens, federal judgments against them. Some of them, you know, we requested to have either 5 employees or less, or 10 employees or less for the loan program. It was to have 10 or less employees and revenue not exceeding 1 million for the loans. For the grants, it was to have 5 or less employees and revenue not to exceed $1 million. And some of them did apply that had more than the required amount. Again, like I mentioned, some of them had over $1 million in revenue also. So those disqualified them. Next slide, please. Andrea, I think this one's your slide.
Yes, ma'am. So I wanted to just include a couple of testimonials. You know, Lupe and her team did a fantastic job, you know, trying to map out, you know, where all of the loans were coming from, and to really stay in contact with people. And I don't know if members of the court have heard from any constituents, but I know we have certainly in our department gotten phone calls from people who have, you know, been both happy and upset. There have been a few folks who have said that, you know, they hadn't been notified either way, and Lupe has hopped on the phone to let people know, you know, this is how we processed applications and notifications and things like that. So I do have two testimonials here, and I won't read both of them. I'll just read one of them if I could for the audience. But I just think it's kind of powerful when you hear directly from business owners. So Chad with Chad's Gym and Studio said, it's now going on almost 6 weeks of no income since my business was forced closed due to coronavirus. This is definitely a blessing to have some sort of funds come through and help in a time of crisis like this. I would like to thank everyone involved in this process for the approval of funds. And so if you go to the next slide, we have another, and if the members of the court would like to read the rest of these, we have, I believe, literally dozens, correct me if I'm wrong there, Lupe, but of people who responded and just said, thank you so much, you know, for providing this emergency relief program for small businesses. So.
That is correct. And, you know, like Andrea said, I want to add, you know, we had some unhappy people. I did, you know, whenever I had any notification, I would call them up and work with them in the best way I could. Some of them ended up with PPP loans, because if we had run out of funds, we offered them PPP loans. And so that's exactly what we did. So everybody who we did help was very, very grateful and very thankful.
Thank you, Lupe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So yes, at this time, you know, we'll just stand by and be available for questions if the court should have any, if you've received any feedback from any of your constituents, or just that you might have questions about the program.
Andrea and Ms. Midas, thank you very much. And 79936 is in my precinct. And I was involved with 2 or 3 people that own small businesses. And as you've heard me say before, the small business in our community is the backbone of El Paso and really of the state of Texas. And I had nothing but good reports of their treatment, even for businesses that were turned down. It's not so much what you said, it's how you said it. So we really appreciate the way you do business. Andrea, thank you. Ms. Mares, great job.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate that. And again, we're here to help in any way we can. Thank you. And I apologize for my camera. I don't know what happened.
The judge is back on the call.
Judge, we've just terminated with item number 13. We're moving on to number 14.
Commissioner, I believe the judge is listening by phone, but I don't know that he'll be able to stay on the call. So
yeah,
if you...
Can you hear me, Commissioner
Yes,
Leon?
sir.
Yes.
If you could, I'll be on the call, but please conduct the court. That way it won't be disruptive. I have a emergency, but please conduct it and I'll listen as much as I can.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Caesar, number 14.
Yes, sir. Item number 14 from Human Resources. Approve and authorize the revisions to the County of El Paso sick leave pool policy.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This is Sam Trujillo. I'm the Senior Deputy Human Resource Officer with the County of El Paso. And a few months ago, the Commissioners Court voted on changes to the county's sick leave pool policy and directed staff to implement those changes immediately and return to the court with an updated policy after consideration of any other issues. So we were originally scheduled to bring this item to the court in late March, but with the COVID-19 issues, we had to push this project back a couple of months. Staff has now been able to conduct a review, and based on that review, we have developed an updated policy, which includes the court's changes and some additional modifications we felt were necessary to administer the program. So, Commissioners, we have prepared a short presentation highlighting these modifications. And Commissioner Leon, with your permission, I would like to start that presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay. First, I'd like to go over just a real quick history of the sick leave pool policy. The sick leave pool policy was first adopted by the Commissioners Court in August of 2012 as a replacement to the leave for emergencies policy. The policy was again updated in November of 2017 due to changes in employee accrual rates, which led to a change of how many accrual hours were required before an employee could contribute to the sick leave pool. On February 10th of this year, the Commissioners Court voted to change the policy by eliminating three sections. The court eliminated the requirement for employees to donate 8 hours of sick leave to participate in the sick leave pool. So basically that eliminated the pay to play provision. The court eliminated the requirement for employees to have a remaining sick leave balance of 40 hours before employees could contribute to the sick leave pool. And the court eliminated the requirement prohibiting employees from receiving sick leave pool hours if they exceed the FMLA limit of 480 hours. So staff implemented all those changes immediately and began a review as directed. Next slide, please. So there is a state statute under the local government code that governs the sick leave pool. The statute does not require the Commissioners Court to have a sick leave pool program, but it does list some rules that the court may adopt. They're not required to adopt, but they may adopt if it chooses to administer such a program. Next slide. In reviewing the action by the Commissioners Court over the years, we believe the court's basic intent or goal was to provide employees the ability to continue to receive a paycheck in the event of a catastrophic injury or illness to themselves or to an immediate family member using leave donated from fellow employees. So keeping this goal in mind, we have updated the sick leave policy and are prepared to present those updates to the court. So I've asked our HR manager, Natalia Chaparro, who provides oversight of our sick leave program, to go over the proposed changes and that we believe align with the Commissioners Court's recent decision. Natai?
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Judge Natalia Chaparro with Human Resources. Next slide, Alexis. Thank you. The slide before you provides the key elements that are contained in the current policy, and these are the donations are voluntary. As Sam mentioned, we took the action provided by the court back in February to eliminate the pay-to-play provision. It defines a catastrophic illness or injury. It specifies the treatment of a practitioner for at least 30 days and then the result of the 10 consecutive work days. It, of course, has a provision of the exhaustion of all accruals by employees, and then it describes the role of the administrator. These same elements are contained in the updated version. We took the opportunity to address several issues, but more importantly, to enhance and clarify different sections. If you can go to the next slide, please. These are the key updates. So immediate family member, what we discovered is that there was not a definition of immediate family member, so this was incorporated with the policy, and it actually aligns to the county's sick leave policy. Also, we took the opportunity to expand the definition of catastrophic illness and injury. The employee definition, we clarified the definition to stay consistent with previous practices and regarding to eligibility. As I mentioned before, the pay-to-play provision, this was annotated in this policy, and this is the elimination that employees no longer have to participate, no longer have to donate in order to participate. Next slide, please. The elimination of the 480 FMLA hours was also annotated as a result of the Commissioners Court action back in February. Sick leave forms, we actually took the opportunity to enhance a sick leave donation form, actually the sick leave request form, and we created a sick leave certification form for those employees that do not have family medical leave paperwork in our office. We clarified that the sick leave pool hours may be used for the immediate family member's work-related illness or injury. We incorporated language to ensure that the interplay with the Americans with Disabilities Act and or personal leave through the department is considered. Next slide, please. We incorporated language to prevent employees that were awarded sick leave pool hours to engage in secondary employment on the same calendar days that the sick leave pool hours were awarded. And finally, we included a section on the conditions dispersed but unused sick leave pool hours will revert back to the sick leave pool bank. So in essence, what we took the direction from the court back in February, annotated the changes made back then, and clarified and enhanced language and the different provisions. So at this time, the next slide is actually just if you all have any questions. And at this time, I'm here to answer any questions and seek approval for the court on this updated policy.
Commissioners? Sam, I've got to tell you and your staff, it seems like anything you touch just turns to gold. Great job. I don't hear any of the commissioners. Commissioner Stott. I know you worked a lot of hours getting this to us. Great plan. I'm trying to get back to the agenda to see if this requires action. Okay. So,
yes, sir. We need a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 15, Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the variance request from the El Paso County Subdivision Order for the Paseos at Mission Ridge, Unit 4.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Alneros, the Planning and Development Department. There we go. IT can bring up a presentation. So a little bit of information about this variance request. This subdivision had actually requested a variance previously before the current policy was in place. The reason why they're coming back before the court for a second variance request is because they have proposed to use a T cul-de-sac. So cul-de-sacs are those teardrop shaped endings that are in neighborhoods that you see typically on the east side and far west side of El Paso County. The T cul-de-sac, or a hammerhead cul-de-sac, is an alternative design that lends itself to still creating a good sense of privacy and space, which is what some of the big benefits of cul-de-sacs. But it allows lots to be a little bit more standard size. So you don't have lots that have very small, narrow front yards and very large backyards. And it gives good perspective between the road, the vehicles on the road, and the lots that front that area. And so that is not currently allowed under our standards, which is why the developer is requesting that variance today. Next slide, please. This is just a detail, very specifically stating what the variance request is, and then they decided just to use the belts and suspenders approach and make sure that everything that they had previously requested was also ratified during today's decision. Next slide. This is the subdivision. You can see it's located near the intersection of Darrington and Eastlake in precinct number 3. This subdivision will be served by the Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District with water and sewer, and they'll also be managing their storm sewer or their stormwater runoff. Next slide, please. And here you can see the subdivision, and it's a little hard to make out where exactly those that T cul-de-sac is located, but it's located on the part of the subdivision to the right of the paper, of the plat, excuse me, and then you can see that there is a normal cul-de-sac configuration, but you can see that instead of having a teardrop, it is that looks like a hammerhead or a T, and so that's what's being requested today. Next slide. With that, our department recommends approval of variance request for the Paseos and Mission Ridge Unit 4 development as the property conforms to the county subdivision order variance request policy. Be happy to take any questions the court may have.
Yeah, Jose, I've got a question. I looked at the distances, the measurements, and I'm not sure if I understand it well, but my concern is with emergency vehicles, like a big fire truck, even the trash collection trucks that come in. Is it enough for them to make a U-turn without having to back up and turn around in that way?
Right, yes, sir. So part of the plat review process and the conversation that goes through with the review, it involves Emergency Service District number 1. So you do have a chance to review the development and make sure that they have adequate clearance in those cul-de-sacs. And so all of that has been cleared. And this is a standard that's utilized in the city and has been for approximately 12 years. So it's pretty commonplace. It's just not currently allowed by our standards, but it doesn't pose a threat to health, safety, or welfare of the residents in the area.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Item number 16, receive a presentation on the proposed fiscal year 2020 submission to the Texas Water Development Board Flood Infrastructure Fund Program.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Jose Alneros, the Planning and Development Department. Happy to be bringing this item before you this afternoon. This is an item that Public Works has been working on collectively between Planning and Development and Infrastructure Services to develop a number of projects to submit to the Texas Water Development Board Flood Infrastructure Fund call for projects. As the court is aware, we have been working on updating our stormwater master plan for approximately a year now. And in that time, there are a number of projects that were identified as critical projects to move forward because they had a high benefit cost ratio, which meant that they would likely be eligible for grant funding if grant funding became available. And so the Texas Water Development Board has released a number of dollars for flood hazard mitigation projects throughout the state. And the county has identified 4 key projects that were part of the Stormwater Master Plan update that do have a good benefit cost ratio that would be good candidates for this project. A few weeks ago on the agenda, the court approved a contract with AECOM Engineering. They are a consultant who have assisted the county in developing the grant applications that will be submitted next Monday. And so this item is brought to you today to ensure that we can answer any questions that the court may have before actually placing the item for approval on next week's agenda, because we want to ensure that we can address those comments ahead of time before the grant is actually submitted, because next Monday is the deadline to submit that grant. A few details about the program. As the slide here shows, there is grant funding available, and that is going to be largely based on the socioeconomic status of the area where the project is located. And so a lot of the projects that have been identified for the county are in areas with high unemployment, higher poverty rates, lower population, more rural areas. And so these characteristics make our projects good candidates for some component of grant funding. That being said, in the event that the grant funding is not offered, an alternative that the Water Development Board is also making available is zero interest loans. And so these would be this would be debt that the county would have to assume if that court wanted to proceed that way. But unlike the issuance of traditional debt, there would be no issuance fees, there would be no origination cost, and the funding would just be paid back to the Water Development Board over an agreed upon amount of time, being much more beneficial than a traditional debt issuance, especially in light of the current financial situation that all local governments in Texas are facing. So the abridged applications are due next Monday, as I mentioned. At that point, the Water Development Board will review all the submissions and then decide which projects they would like to consider to invite for final application. And if you're selected for that final application, the chance of you receiving funding is very high. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to ensure that we followed suit with other agencies across the state and even locally who have hired engineering firms to help assist in the development of these applications, because we wanted to ensure that we had a very strong and competitive application package to submit to the Water Development Board. Next slide, please. So the projects were again identified through the Stormwater Master Plan update, and these are the 4 projects that we'll be considering, and the next few slides actually have the details on where those projects are located. Next slide, please. Canopio 1 is located in precinct number 4 in Canopio, and it includes some channel improvements along Donovan Road. The purple area in the figure is the area that would be receiving a benefit from these improvements being entered. And so it's roughly a $2 million project. This BCR value, which is less than 1, was the value that was completed during the Stormwater Master Plan. Our consultant is working on finalizing and updating these figures, but at this point, with the work that they've done to do a more robust analysis of benefit cost ratio, all the projects that we will be presenting today have a value that exceeds 1, which makes us a very good candidate for the state funding that we're going to pursue. Next slide, please. These 2 projects are a network and work together, and this is OC1 and OC2. This is located north of I-10 and south of I-10. North of I-10 is unincorporated and is the El Paso Hills community in precinct number 3, and south of I-10 is actually Coker Road, which is a road that is currently in trust to El Paso County. It's a stricken-off tax property. This is within the municipal boundaries of the city of Socorro, and so we have been in conversations with partnering with the city of Socorro on a number of projects, and this one is included in that. Those details could be developed and hammered out once if we are invited to a final application round. But at this time, we want to go ahead and submit this. And again, the value of this one is about 1.2 once the benefit cost ratio analysis was enhanced by AECOM. What they did was they took into account a number of factors that they weren't able to due to budgetary constraints in the Stormwater Master Plan, which included the mental anguish, the road maintenance costs, and other fees that actually help contribute to developing a higher BCR or benefit cost ratio. Next slide. The third project is HAC 7, which is located just out in between Clint and Favens, and you can see there it crosses Interstate 10. And so the benefit here is primarily agricultural. You can see there are a number of pecan farms and agricultural land that in 2017 suffered a great amount of damage during a rain event. And so this one scores very high. This is the highest scoring project in terms of benefit and cost ratio of all the projects that will be submitted. And this one has the chance of receiving also the highest amount of grant funds just based on the demographics of the area where the project is going to be located. Next slide. And the last project is SSA 1, which is a stormwater master plan project as well. It's located right near the intersection of East Lake and Interstate 10, south of I-10. This is located in the unincorporated area, but to the south and to the east of this, and the area that's primarily receiving the benefit of this project is also the city of Socorro. That watershed actually extends all the way past Horizon Boulevard, moving to the east. In addition to the city benefiting from that, the Texas Department of Transportation benefits from that because a lot of their major roadways, including Horizon Boulevard, are actually going to receive a benefit from not having stormwater cross over their facilities. In addition, the irrigation district has a number of drains and ditches that also receive a benefit from here because the stormwater, instead of ending up in their ditches, will be detained in a basin, and that would be a good benefit for them, less maintenance at the end of the day. So all of those costs are what are driving up the BCR values that AECOM is currently working on developing and finalizing. Next slide, please. The city of Socorro has also proposed partnering with the county, and at this time they are proposing to develop a project south of I-10 that would help to capture a good amount of runoff that is actually being generated north of I-10 in the unincorporated area that then works its way through the Sparks Arroyo, south of I-10, and then lands in Socorro. And so the county proposed project that was in the master plan that would have addressed this was SSA 4. It had a cost of about $8 million on its own. And the City of Socorro project involves enhancing or increasing the size of an existing field, the onion field that they have in Socorro, which is a large detention basin, and making some other channel improvements. Ultimately, it ends up being about $7 million, which would then mean that the county and the city, if they were to partner and receive funds for this, would end up being able to mitigate the same flood hazard that they were trying to do unilaterally at nearly half the cost if there's a partnership. So the city of Socorro is proposing to submit this, and they will be submitting this project if they are invited for a final application, similar to the other projects that were previously discussed that benefit the city of Socorro. The county and the city would have to enter into some memorandum of understanding detailing what the partnership would be. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be financial. It just means that the county recognizes that this project benefits the unincorporated area, or that the city of Socorro recognizes that a county project benefits their area, and there's a level of cooperation there. That cooperation is key for these projects to move forward, and it's actually something that is explicitly identified in the abridged application documents that have been released by the Water Development Board as guidance to agencies who are seeking out these funds. Next slide. So here you can see the proposal. The area toward the top that is in red is the original county project, SSA 4. And the area to the south, where it says New City Pond, that is the area that the city of Socorro is looking to increase the capacity of that facility. And if you look at the purple watershed, which is the area that's going to receive benefit if that structure is constructed, you can see that there's a channel that the water flows down. All of those improvements that the city of Socorro are proposing follow that channel and would create a system of basins and other channel improvements to keep the water from overflowing and overspilling onto the banks and into neighborhoods, which is the main concern that exists here in this area. And so you can see why that project still works and that flow is still captured, even if it's downstream, between a partnership between the county and the city. Next slide. So we wanted to present this again because next week is the deadline, and given the format of the meetings and how long the meetings have been going, we wanted to also ask for the court's concurrence to allow this grant application to be placed on the consent agenda in lieu of the grant application section of the agenda, just to allow this to move forward quickly so that we can make sure that we submit this over to the Water Development Board as soon as possible to make sure that we meet that 5 p.m. deadline in Austin. Everything is via email. Nothing has to be sent out via traditional mail, but we do want to ensure that we get this in and we receive confirmation from Water Development Board staff because of the opportunity to receive such generous funding to help mitigate a lot of our stormwater concerns. So happy to answer any questions that the court may have on the program or the projects that are being proposed for funding at this time.
Commissioners? Jose, it seems like you have consensus on both fronts, and you can get it on the consent item agenda for next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Hope you all have a lovely afternoon. Stay safe.
This brings us to item number 17, Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 34 to the County of El Paso's 2019-2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $186,913.27, thus increasing the overall budget of $512,215,181.40 to $512,402,094.67.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was submitted to you with last week's highlight. There are no COVID-related or CARES Act-related grant components on this week's amendment.
To approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego. Judge Samaniego. Judge Samaniego is absent.
Yes.
Yes, Judge Samaniego is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wally.
Before we go into executive session, the county attorney needs to make a finding regarding item number 18C, which reads, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, this
Court, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Yes, for that item, I need to read a legal determination memo concerning the use of closed session under Government Code Section 551.0725. The City of Socorro and Horizon City have contracted with other service providers to provide ambulance services within their city limits. The county is currently reviewing and in negotiations under its current contract with Life's ambulance. So that is why we have this item on for executive session, so that we can have some discussions regarding that particular contract. As your legal advisor, I have determined that the deliberation in an open meeting concerning business and financial issues relating to the negotiations with Life Ambulance would have a detrimental effect on the position of the court in negotiations. And therefore, I am asking that the Commissioners Court unanimously vote that the deliberations in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in these negotiations, and all said deliberations take place in closed sessions. I will provide a copy of this legal determination memo electronically to the clerk for purposes of the record. And so I just need a vote that you agree that those deliberations should take place in closed sessions, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, a motion. So may I have a
Yes.
motion? Okay, great. So then I need a motion to have this discussion in closed session based on the findings I just stated earlier.
Cesar, can
So
you,
that could be
Cesar,
the motion.
Can you read it again? We lost your audio for the broadcast part of when you were reading the item. Can you read it again?
The item is item number 18C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, discuss contract negotiations with Life Ambulance Service Incorporated for ambulance services in El Paso County.
And so the motion would be to make a finding to have these discussions in executive session, please. That's your motion.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
He's on the call, but I had to mute him because of background noise. So he would have to unmute himself to join back on.
The judge is absent. The motion still carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 18A through 18F pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.0725. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3.
With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2119 546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, health care, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you. Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action related to the management agreement between El Paso County and the El Paso Sports Commission.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. If the court so chooses, the motion for this item can be to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interim management agreement between El Paso County and the El Paso Sports Commission, including provisions to include that as a county-owned facility, the county may restrict large events or mass gatherings in the county coliseum, whether under the original management agreement or this interim management agreement, that such additional county restrictions be done in good faith and in consultation with the local public health authority, and that for any time that the county asks the Sports Commission to restrict large events or mass gatherings, such time shall be added to the active agreement between the county and the El Paso Sports Commission.
I so move.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Robinson.
That's contingent upon all parties in agreement, and based on that, I'll say aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Item number 20, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the contract with Life Ambulance Service Incorporated for ambulance services in El Paso County.
No action on this item, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 20, no action. Item number 21, pursuant to Local Government Code Section 152.015, select the members of the 2020 Salary Grievance Committee and take appropriate action.
Judge, I believe we delivered a packet to you with the names of the Salary Grievance Committee members.
We did. Yes.
And great. I just want to step in here very quickly. This is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, just to kind of give you some context. We do this every year. We look to see if there was any changes or issues to determine if there was any concessions made on the method of the selection of the Salary Grievance Committee. There were none given the COVID pandemic. Per the statute, the selection of those members are required at a meeting of the court. So that is why it's presented before you and you have to vote on it. Per the statute as well, slips of paper are placed in an envelope or a container or some sort of jar, and then the county judge picks out those names and then reads them. Traditionally, we have typically had quite a few individuals' names get pulled. So in addition to the original 9 members, we create a list of those alternates, because if in the event we have a salary grievance during budget time when elected official salaries are set, we want to ensure that we are able to get enough individuals to show up. Those have been challenges in the past. Just as a side note, we are looking at possibly adding the method of the selection to this to keep up with the times and electronic communication and electronic methods to get this done. So it would be a request to add it to the legislative agenda to consider changing the statute. So with that said, if Judge, if you want to go ahead and continue to pull out those names, and I'd ask that members of the court please be made available so that at the end we can take a vote. You all could take a vote on the Salary Grievance Committee. Thank you.
So you want me to read all of them? Is that
We're with you in spirit, Judge.
Sorry.
Okay. Here goes. Make sure every single one is there.
So somebody call me on my cell phone if you need me to come back.
Okay. So just one each, right? George Arceniega, Sergio Gonzalez, Arthur Perez, blank, Fernando Moreno, Carol Crandall, Tereseo Garcia, I'm sorry, Martinez, Ricardo Mendoza, Maria Valles, Patricia Linden, Omar Rios, Maria Arriola, Diana Lusk, María del Rosario Bravo, Jesús Propac, Antonio Jurado, Eduardo Hernández, Rita Ewan, Laura Cano, Adrian Quintana, Bertha Powell, Melissa Alvarez, Erica Gojara, Marisela Aragonés, Lisa de la Cruz, Amy Goldner, Jamie Donahoe, Garcia, Yasmin Garcia, Betty Tellez, James Johnson, Bert Hartness, Jose Velarde, Carmen Avila, William Reagan, Allison Vega, Carlos Ponce, Armando Cobos Herrera, Cristobal Martínez, April de la Fuente, Oscar Ruiz, Victor Carrillo, Leticia Quiñones, Beatriz Fernández, Marta Montes, Vanessa Soraya, some are blank, so it's Patricia Ellerthorpe, Ruben Marquez, Elaine Gray, Elizabeth Powers, Ivan Colon Villalobos, Irma Soto, Kenneth Gutierrez, Rebecca Morales, Bruno Rodriguez, Inés Vázquez, Rosa Ornelas, Gabriela Villella Arvizo, Michael Aman, Celine Cavazos, Linda Bond, Daniel Guerrero, Christopher Lopez, Christopher Granados, Erica Serrano Rojas, Karen Smith, Ronald Miller, Gloria Lang, Jose Rodriguez, Carissa Harris, Naaman Bryan, Karina Esparza, Diana Coronado, Madei Lopez, Maria Gomez, Jose Gomez, Pedro Esparza, Margot Rodriguez, Lorenzo Torres, Verónica de la Rosa, Liseth Ceriza, Raimundo Ríos, Lisandro Naranjo, María Tonche, Samantha Corral, Jaime Gómez, Ileana Salazar, Amendra Rodríguez, Lisa Gardea, Ruth de la Garza, Jorge Molina, Gerla Gallardo, Laila Guzmán, Silvia Oaxaca, Maria Aceves, William Holt, Julian Leiva Cortez, Paul Collins, Gabriel Castillo, Ana Perez, Leslie M. Hernandez, Thomas Ortagon, Alejandro Diaz, John D. O., Enrique Peña Jr., Christopher Thorite, Ricardo Barba Sr., Ricardo Sillas, Tito Carrillo Jr., Jesus Castellón Jr., Julia Gomez, Norman Pulver, Holly Yeager, Marisa Hansen, Annette M. Brown, Stanley R. Stack, Ileana Hernandez, Victoria I. Perea, Aaron Terrazas, Erica A. Vasquez, Jonathan D. Flores, Patricia Soto, Jody M. Walker, Ramon Sandoval Jr., Laura G. Tolentino, Alfredo Lopez, Jezreeli Santoyo, Alfonso Gomez, Anthony T. Doe, Bethany G. McGee, Rafael Gallardo Jr., Destiny N. Zamorano, Dustin Blair, Luis D. Torres, Christian G. Bedell, Norma L. Martinez, Catherine G. Gomez, James N. Burek, Brian P. Velasquez, Kent B. Hemet, Blanca V. Gutierrez, Tabitha Paul, Cecilia Reveles, Lillian Campos, Michelle A. Sepulveda. Now let me get the other batch. Not really, that's it. That was it.
Thank you, Judge.
That's funny.
Okay.
I felt it was
If we could just-
graduation day or something. Getting their diplomas. If only they'd go this fast, right?
So, Judge, the motion would be to go ahead and approve the selection of the members of the 2020 Salary Grievance Committee as read out on the record by the county judge. That's the motion.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Robinson,
Oh, we lost his call.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I need to get these back to you, Christina.
I think Caesar, do you all need them, or do you already have a copy of them, and you took them down?
I do have a copy of them, so yeah, it won't be
Okay.
necessary to return them.
Got them.
Okay.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And unless you would like to reconsider that item, Judge, that would be our last item for the day.
That's it? Oh, no,
That's it.
I do have, let me see. Commissioner Stout, do you have anything on the census?
Not much more to report additionally from last week.
Yeah, I thought,
I mean, we continue to look at the maps that Jacob Miles has given to us, and and concentrate on those areas, and you can see the numbers are going down, so it's working.
But we didn't have anything from, because I think it's either extended or something from Ms. Lopez.
Judge, what item would this be under? I'm not sure. We might be a little bit outside the scope. Is this on COVID stuff?
For some reason I thought it might have been in my opening comments, but I didn't get the there was some extension with the census and some things, but I didn't get anything, so I apologize. No, we're fine.
Oh, okay.
So meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, that was an earlier meeting. We're coming down from 7 to 6:11. So okay, we're getting there, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. That's thank you for everything, and have a great week. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 6:12 p.m.
To the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following. The Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube.